Here we are on the tee, and Karthik Sharma, I'm sure, is looking at that bunker on the right. The yardage to fly over that right trap.
Well, with these young lads striping it a mile, I don't think that bunker is a real issue. It's more of a sightseeing where he's seeing how strong a tiger line he can take to give himself a small wedge in to the first hole.
Yeah, very rightly said. With the way technology has taken over, the ball is going further, and so the driver is hitting the ball much further than what they used to back in the day.
These young guys have a very, very meticulous work ethic. They have all the numbers on their books just to cross-check, as we just saw him coming out with his Bushnell to see the yardages are absolutely bang on. Karthik is absolutely known for his very, very tedious process of going through not only about his game, but the prep work which goes into it. So here's to hoping that he mounts up a charge to the leaders. Should be fun for us.
Karthik Sharma has played the Junior President's Cup as an amateur, and has had a very good start to his professional career. Rookie season being year before last. Known to be very meticulous in his approach to the game. Also his practice routines, I've noticed him. And on your screens at the moment is Aryan Rupa Anand, the winner of the PGTI Q School 23. Aryan has won the All India Amateur twice in a row before turning professional.
And here's Yashash Chandra from Mysore. Very, very powerful hitter, can work the ball both ways. It's an absolute treat while playing with him because he can make the ball talk and shoot some really, really low numbers.
Very unassuming lad, Yashas. Keeps to himself. I've never seen him perturbed. Always keeps happy. And a really good player in the making. Although he's already, in my eyes, a star, but yes.
As you can see, the prep work going in the yardage books, final chalk downs of where the flags are, a little bit of warm-ups to stay loose.
.840 tee time is about to tee off any moment now. Karthik Sharma looks like he's ready to get onto the tee, along with Aryan Rupa Anand and Yashash Chandra.
Well, Karthik Sharma has of late been knocking on the door to pick up his first win. Quite a few tournaments you would have seen his name creep up on the leaderboards. Has the potential to go really, really low, and also the knack to stay there.
That's right. We've seen some good low numbers from Karthik in the recent past. Has all the makings of a champion, a winner. It's just a matter of time when he gets through that door. And once he gets through that door, he'll know how to repeat that again. So it's just that first win that has to come his way.
Right, Mr. Singh, I had a question for you. What do you feel that everybody keeps on saying that the left-handed golfers look a little more majestic? What's your opinion on that?
Oh, well, I think you just get a little bored seeing something that is very common, and I'd say that that would be us right-handed players. So I think the left, even somebody who writes with his left, does catch my eye at times. So yeah, there is something different about a lefty. I mean, look at Phil Mickelson for that matter. There goes Karthik Sharma. Seems to be satisfied with his tee shot.
Looks like he's asking it to get up. Maybe a more stronger line than he intended upon. Well, the first hole might be a challenge, bit of a challenge, as the pin is being put in the bar. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, about that. In the back left-hand corner on the plateau. Difficult to keep the ball over there unless you're in the fairway.
With Yashas's distance off the tee, I don't think that right bunker plays any kind of a problem or a threat. He should easily sail over that, which I think is about 280 yards to fly from where these gentlemen are teeing off. Nice solid setup. Aggressive young man.
Looks to have caught it well enough. Steering it down the middle, maybe, from the
Yeah.
looks of it.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like he split that fairway into two. Now we have Aryan Rupanan, winner of the PGTI Q School 23, recently held at the Toligans Club, Calcutta. Oh, that's an aggressive ball swing there.
Yeah, that looks like the full Monty. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 840 group flight taking off all at 4 under par. Yashas, Rupa Anand, and Karthik Sharma.
Glimpses of the clubhouse in the background there.
The clubhouse more or less looks like a fortress which is going to be up and running very soon. Doesn't look like an average clubhouse. Looks like it's got to have a city of its own.
Yes, I'm told it's got 400,000 square feet of covered area, and it's got literally everything in it, from tennis courts to badminton and squash, swimming pools. Of course, the golf course is the cherry on the pie. Here we have a repeat of those three gentlemen teeing off, staring it down. All three tied at 4 under par after 2 days. This beautiful Jack Nicklaus design golf course was up and running in 2011 September. They started construction back in 2009 and are very proud of the fact that they completed construction in 21 months and had the course open to public in 2012 on the 26th of February. So they basically completed 11 years just a week ago. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, congratulations on that, and congratulations Well, a lesser known fact about Kalhar is that the first time I walked in and most of the players were done with the tournament over here, we all started calling it the Blue Monster. Not just because of its length, but the water bodies are so much realistically in play off the tee, in the second shots. It really is a nerve-wracking track where you need to be on your A game to not only to find flags, but to be on the correct plateau. As you can see over here, the ball is very nicely placed on the par 3 second. It's a very, very tight hole.
There's one huge characteristic of a Nicklaus design is that since Mr. Nicklaus himself was a fade player, you'll always see bailout areas on the right, barring probably a couple of holes. Even in this golf course, most of the bailout is on the right. Karthik Sharma sizing up his second on the first. The flag is top left, 31 in and 5 off the left. There's a small little plateau up there. If you miss it far. Miss it behind the hole so that you don't have to putt over that huge ridge from the bottom of the green going up.
I think he heard you, Mr. Singh. He's done exactly what you had asked him. Gone a little bit long, was a brilliant shot. Unfortunately, didn't hold up, but is in a good spot to chip it in, I guess, from there.
Yeah, I think that's the safest play. If you miss it far. He seems to be in a good position there. I think the ball breaks a little off the left. Yashas Chandra making sure that grip doesn't slip.
Now that's a rare feat. Somebody out driving Yashas Chandra. If you can see the ball in your bottom hand corner, I guess it's Rupa Anand. You're a monster down there.
Definitely has to be. That's the third of the group. Now Yashas. He's second on the first. You can see the morning sun bringing up a little bit of a haze. A brilliant golf shot by Yashas.
Yeah, he had the handbrakes being pulled on that ball so quick. That's a beautiful shot to begin your round with.
Looks like that one had Michelin radials on it.
Or the Xbox controllers, whichever one has hit a stellar shot.
Ideal position to be in, putting a little into the hill, breaking just a shade off the right. Are in Rupa Anand now for a second.
I guess the adrenaline has kicked in a little bit because from that out a distance, the shot was very good, just flew a little bit more. But both these guys, Karthik and Rupa Anand, have left themselves in a very clear spot, not too much of a worry. Very, very realistic chance of holding the next shot in.
I'd say that green is a little quick from top to bottom. One has to be a little careful. Now Ankur Chadda. Tee number 1. Staring it down.
Seems to have not caught it that well, staring it down again. This is that tee shot where you really want it to go as far as possible because it's a wide open fairway, but you really need to carry that trap to give you a simpler second shot.
I'll have to agree with you on that one, Aditya. This group has Ranjit Singh, Pukhraj Singh Gill, and Ankur Chadda in it. Pukhraj, another young man, hits the ball a mile with 2 identical rounds of 70-70 at 4 under par. He's an aggressive player, isn't he?
Absolutely, he is. I mean, having known him up close, he is one of those guys who's constantly trying to improve his swing mechanics, trying to get fitter, anything and everything under the sun which helps him improve. He is a very, very clear-headed guy. He wants to get there. He wants to try it out.
Next on the tee from Chandigarh Golf Club, Ranjit Singh.
Hailing from Chandigarh Golf Club, one of our senior veterans. Tremendous ball striker.
Nice, square, and on the plane golf swing. Seems to like it. Pick up the tee and walk, Mr. Singh. He's had a good outing at Kalahar Blues and Greens. Even last year, I remember, he was in the mix going into the last 6 or 7 holes. And till he came to the 13th and he messed it up and finished in 3rd position. Nonetheless, had a super outing the last time when he was here. Here we have Karthik Sharma. He chose to chip it rather than putt it off the green, from off the green, on the first. Oh, you can't leave it short.
Just left it that bit short where he will have to put up an effort to wrap it up in 4 and save his par.
Seems to be surprised how that one.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't expecting it to break up so quick and stop that fast.
Yeah, neither was I. By the looks of it, I thought that's going to make it to the hole. Maybe stay a little short, but should have been around for a tap-in. Yashas Chandra looking to start with a 3. Early move is what all these players are looking at. I was talking to Mr. Devang Shah, the owner of the golf course, and very proud of the fact that they have come up with a golf course like Kalahar Blues and Greens, KBG in short. They take a lot of pride in the fact that, being very avid golfers, they were able to put together a brilliant championship golf course here in Ahmedabad, spread over 500 acres of land. They have about 700 odd capacity for 700 odd villas.
All right, cutting you short in between, Yashas has made his putt and has made a stride towards catching up towards the leaders.
Brilliant three by Yashas on the very first hole. So Kalhar was made, keeping the USGA guidelines in place. The signature hole, as we progress during the day, you will see number 7, which is an island green in the middle of a lake. Although Devang says his favorite is the 9th. They've recently redesigned the 10th tee box. They had to move it because of the expansion of the clubhouse, and I believe it has added a lot of character to the hole with the new tee box coming into play.
Yeah, that it has. Previously, it was a soft 2-iron or a 3-wood, but now the players can actually take an aggressive line to getting it very close to the greens. But very, very risk and reward as water lurks on the extreme left-hand corner.
As you must have noticed, Karthik Sharma going through his routine, as meticulous as we just pointed out. Very well done, Mr. Sharma.
Yeah, that's a smooth stroke right in the bottom of the hole. There you have Aryan Rupa Anand using the aim point facilities to size up his putt. After the new rules being in play where you can pretty much do anything in front of your line, aim point has helped the players. Been a more of a controversial thing.
Yeah, I've never been able to understand or wrap my head around the 3-point bit. But clearly, whatever works for you.
Oh, that burns the edge. Slow start for him.
Nevertheless, 17 more holes to go today.
Well, he doesn't seem to agree with his caddy. Thinks there was more break.
Now we have our leader in the frame at the moment. Very popular with his hat. Seems to be going through his phone. Probably answering people who wishing him luck for today and tomorrow. Aman Raj. In your frame, Ankur Chadda lining up his second on the par 4 first.
That is a fabulous shot. Not only did it have the handbrakes on it, it also had the side spin to get it right next to the hole. Ideal spot to leave yourself for a small par.
Pretty much where Yashas was just a while ago. Yeah, there you can see using a little bit of that left slope. Now we have Pukhraj. Just over the bunker in the first cut. Should not be a problem.
He's flown it by a mile. I guess the fly from the rough did not give him that much jizz, and the ball has taken more of the distance than intended. Should be a very exciting up and down from that side.
Yeah, that has to be a very delicate third for him coming up. There you have the three walking up.
Here we have the leaderboard. The top three boys ready to tee it up. Arjun Sharma on your frame, ladies and gentlemen. Wiry character from JP Greens. He has had two runner-up finishes on the Professional Golf Tour of India and has been knocking constantly in the last season on the door.
He's had a good finish in Coimbatore, very narrowly losing out to Colin Joshi.
Seems to have flared it a little bit to the right.
He's had a brilliant start to the tournament. The first day he was 7 under through 12 and didn't quite finish the way he wanted to. Anshul Patel, the local lad, had a brilliant 66 the first day, followed by a 71 on day 2 at 7 under par. So you have two left-handed players in the top 10 at the moment. Anshul would like to cash in on the home advantage this week, I'm sure. Solid swinger of the golf club. I've had the pleasure of playing with him a couple of times. Very relaxed, always smiling, head on his shoulders.
Bit of a live wire, that one. Anshul Patel, home course, good start to the round, and another left-hander amongst the top 10. There you have Aman Raj trying to figure out a visual where he wants to start the ball. Has had some good starts of round 1 and 2, a 66 and a solid 64 to back it up.
Goes with the hashtag fear the hat. I'm sure a couple of them at the moment are fearing the hat.
Absolutely, the Oakleys and the hat. A unique combination, very rare, but very pleasing to the eye. There you have it, leader on the first tee.
Doesn't hold back ever. I like that. I remember his debut as a professional. His first ever tournament was at Oxford Golf and Country Club, Pune, and he happened to be paired with me. We teed off the 10th, and I can never forget, he birdied the very first hole of his professional career, the par 4 10th.
That's a dream start in my books.
I would take it any day.
Amongst the leader group, Aman Raj is the sole tournament winner, so he will definitely have that mental edge over the rest of the two, and extremely happy with the 3-shot cushion which he's walking up with. That is a brilliant shot from a very, very tight lie.
Wow.
Wasn't expecting that, were you?
We have a right-handed Phil Mickelson here. Or a brilliant golf shot.
Nearly jarred it in.
Nice and soft. And tap in for a 4 for Pukhraj.
Different ways to playing the same hole. We had Karthik and Rupa Anand running it up, but Pukhraj went absolute airmailing it, landing it as soft as a feather.
That's the funny part of the game. The ones that you take for granted actually turn out to be the tougher ones, and the ones you don't really expect much of suddenly come through and you happen to save your four for his birdie. Nicely rolled in by Ankur Chadda on the first.
A lesser known fact about Ankur Chadda is that he can spend hours and hours on the practice range, be it just his putting or chipping. He just spends a lot of time in honing his skills, which we could just see comfortably trailed that putt in.
And you can see all those hours spent on the range, on the putting green, they all come around for you when you need them. The repetition is the key. Walking down the second after the tee shots, Yashas Chandra,
Karthik Sharma and Arin Rupa Anand.
one of the longer par threes, the second. Beautifully designed green, opens up at the back. It's almost like a bulb, like an electric bulb. Narrow at the front and opens up at the back. The key again here is to miss it far than short. If you miss it short and right, you're hitting it up, which is a little tougher shot to stop than from a flat lie.
That's very kindly put by my co-host, Mr. Singh. The right side of this green is more of a valley of sin. You're down there, you pretty much could stay there unless you've hit a brilliant recovery shot, which also might not even end up 10 odd feet closer to the hole.
Arjun Sharma seems to have missed the first on the left. Nevertheless, has a clear shot to the hole. I'm sure he'll be happy.
Yeah, seems to have found the right surface. Will be very happy to leave it there from where he had missed out on his first shot. That's the beauty of this golf course, ladies and gentlemen. If off the tee, it gives you a wide variety of range of shots to go through with. Even if you miss it, it still gives you second shots landing in, but you really have to be clear about the club selection unless you want to miss it in the wrong spot, which nobody over here is trying. There you have the leader, Aman Raj, sizing up his second shot with his famous lifting the hammer drill.
More like a lumberjack drill. That's a decent place to be.
Yeah, managed to keep it on the green. Should not be a very difficult read for him.
About a 15-footer coming back for Aman Raj, our leader.
There you have the left-handed local lad Anshul.
Anshul Patel with his second, a little more aggressive than what he would have liked. Pretty much in the same spot as Arin Rupa Anand just a short while ago. Knowing the course as well as he does, I'm sure that would not be a problem.
Of course, home course benefits are always an extra club in your bag. I'm sure you would have hit endless shots from there to that pin position over the course of times.
Absolutely, I'll have to agree with you. Definitely added advantage if you are playing on your home course. You know where to go and where not to.
Yeah, I saw his interview yesterday. He was very excited about where he's placed. Although he mentioned it's not much of a big deal having a home course advantage. We here in the commentary box have a different opinion about that, though.
It does add to your advantage, I would say personally. There you have Kartik Sharma sizing up his putt on the par 3 second.
From one left-handed to the other.
Kartik has Vicky on his bag. Vicky in the past has been on Shubhankar Sharma on the Asian as well as on the European tour for a while. Has all the experience that Kartik needs on his bag this week.
Yeah, that's a big advantage to have a guy on your bag who's seen the DP World Tour, the Asian Tour, and has performed not only to the bigger status but has claimed victory on all the circuits.
It gets a little quick the moment it crosses that small little ridge. You can see what a brilliant,
God, that was a real good try.
brilliant effort there by Sharma.
He seems to have the speed dialed in.
Taps in for a par 3. You can see Aryan going through his routine. Yash has to come up first.
Seems to be surveying it like a hawk.
Seem to have missed that one low and right. Yashash Chandra. Under borrowed on that one.
There you have Yasha's trying to figure out the speed using the aim point technique.
Aryan just happened to miss a similar distance on the first hole. Rolls in it. Beautiful.
Seems to have a very smooth stroke.
Some of these young players nowadays have brilliant techniques, whether it's putting or driving or short iron play. Brilliant techniques. Golf swing over the years has changed a lot. A perfect example of the old golf swing back in the day was Colin Montgomery with that reverse C. Now you can see more and more players using the bigger muscles, turning their shoulders left rather than going under the ball.
Yeah, some serious evolutions happening in the game. But you can't take away the old conventional Adam Scott kind of swings. It's a trait to just sit and watch.
I'd say Adam Scott would be more modern to my mind. And I personally am a huge fan of Ben Hogan. Pretty much every golf swing today is more or less designed around the principles that he based his own golf swing on. Anshul Patel.
Moses seemed to be a little aggressive.
A little too aggressive for my liking.
Rightly said. Will have his work cut out to save his par.
Arjun Sharma to go next. Would be looking for that birdie 3 start.
A lesser known fact about Arjun Sharma, he is a very, very pretty customer and a very good putter. We'll give it a decent wrap, I'm sure about that.
That was never online. Never had the chance. Nevertheless, should be a solid start for Arjun.
Yeah, that's just a comfortable start to get in, tap in for your par.
Once you get the momentum going, just build on a couple of pars to start with, and one can settle into the round and go deeper as the day progresses. There's some scoring holes coming up.
There's Aman Raj sizing up his putt.
I think this one's going to break a hint off the left. What do you think, Aditya?
I think it's a double breaker. It starts off on the right and then does a left to right on you in the end.
Right. Aman Raj sticks to his routine, staring it down. Very narrowly missed out on his card on the Asian Tour last year. That one just shaved the hole.
Yeah, that was a very good putt. Other than finding the bottom of the hole, it did pretty much everything he intended to.
Taps it in for his 4. Nice solid start. Anshul Patel, the local lad, to save his 4 on the first. He was a little aggressive off the on his second, and then on his chip as well.
He even seems to have that left-handed putter, which is absolute replica of what Phil uses, the D shape. I guess he must be a fan of the big guy.
Left it to the core. Not the start Anshul was looking for. Drops a stroke.
Yeah, that's the thing about the game. You saw how Pukhraj took the aerial route and nearly holed that in, versus Anshul doing a soft run-up but not being able to save his par from an easier spot. Right.
Taps it in for a 4, Arjun Sharma.
Arjun Sharma taps it in for a 4, and the leaders are on the second hole. He had a breakthrough season last year with a second position in Coimbatore. As you previously mentioned, narrowly missed out on his first title.
That's Ranjit Singh chipping up on the second off the right, very rightly said as the Valley of Sin. If you missed that green on the right, the par 3 second by Aditya. He will have that approximately a 10-footer coming back, moving off from his right to the left. Ankur Chadda seems to have done the wise thing here by placing that ball left and not really going for that flag. Not much room on the right, with the flag being stuck 13 in and 6 yards off the right.
That's one of the tougher pin positions on this green, bringing the right side, Valley of Sin in play, and that's a very, very small contour to hit the target on, especially with long irons coming in.
Wait till the wind picks up. On a lot of occasions, I've seen Ankur bring his brother out to be on his bag. A beautiful layup on that birdie attempt.
Yeah.
Should tap that in for a 3. A brilliant 3-3 start for Ankur Chadda in the 3rd round of the Gujarat Open 23.
That's a big step in the right direction.
Pukhraj Singh Gill on your screens at the moment. These greens are rolling anything between 10 and 11 today. I'm sure he saw that breaking a little more than what it did. Nevertheless, he's left with a tap-in on the second Pukhraj.
Yeah, so these small gestures when the ball is rolling towards the hole, like Pukhraj just did, squatting down in anticipation that it catches the break, tells you that how good that must be looking from where he is standing.
Absolutely. He probably saw it go in.
All right, here we have Ranjit Singh sizing it up to save his par.
The new rules now allow you to putt out with the flag stuck in the hole. This is basically to speed up play. Stay up. Not quite. We'll have to settle.
I remember when this rule came out, Ranjit was very, very excited. If given an option, I think he'll always keep the flag stick in while he's trying to attempt to roll that putt in.
I've seen the Sri Lankan Thangaraja do that, and I wanted to tell him, why don't you get the flag out on anything which is less than 3 feet? And he says, no, I'm comfortable with it. And just a few holes later, he rams one in, it hits the flag and pops out. Ranjit Singh for a bogey 4.
I guess what you just said could have had a deja vu moment right there.
I don't want to have the black tongue. Our last pairing of the day on the second tee box. Aman Raj can see the leaves moving in the background, so the wind is picking up a little bit.
Yeah, with a long iron in, it should be a fun shot to attempt.
Seems to have hit it nice and high, hoping for a soft landing tee shot. Seems to be gesturing towards the left somehow.
Yeah, I feel it's switched directions, which has them a little bit baffled. Well, this is a very star-studded field for the event. We have 4 international winners in the names of Viraj Madappa, Kalin Joshi, Udyan Mane.
Absolutely a star-studded field. And that field along with itself brings more world ranking points as well. Anshul Patel on the second, the par 3.
That's a bit of a funny finish. I guess he's left it where our dear friend Ranjit was, from the looks of it.
Didn't seem happy with that swing at all. Beautiful day here at Kalar. One of the stars playing this tournament who unfortunately missed the cut is Viraj Madappa. International winners include Mukesh, C. Muniappa and Kalin Joshi, as Aditya just pointed out. Viraj, another very meticulous young man, seems to be struggling with his golf swing lately, but I'm sure he'll be in the reckoning very soon. Our leader group walking on to the second, the tough par 3.
Well, this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, marks an era of a new beginning, as we had an Monday qualifier, one of its kind, first of its type, in to be held by PGTI, where 21 professionals came in and were fighting out for 2 spots to be able to eligible and be able to play in the final rounds of the tournament. The 2 names which break through were Bikramjit Singh Sandhu, shot a 73 1 over, alongside Imran Ali Mola, who managed to beat Manav Baez in a playoff for second spots.
On the second, Arjun Sharma seems to have hit an absolute stellar of a golf shot, leaving himself a little under 6 feet for birdie on that pretty much impossible flag to get to. I remember my coach back in the day used to say, when you come up on a difficult hole, just play to the middle of the green and putt to the corners. Suddenly, if you push one out right towards the flag, you become a hero.
Wise words by a very wise man.
I'm sure that is not the case with Arjun. I'm sure he went for the flag and is where he wanted to be. 6 feet under on the second. I would take it 365 days in a year.
Absolutely agreed. Circling back to the international wins categories, a fact which you guys won't know, the guy sitting next to me is Mr. Digvijay Singh, has a few of his own in that department, a very, very star-studded player. He's achieved a few things which my resume is definitely lacking. I remember back in the day when I was trying to turn professional, he was one of the few, not one of the few, the only few who gave me that pat on the back and said, yeah, go ahead, take to the route. From that day to this, wouldn't have expected having him on my long side in this department. International wins, PG2I tournament wins, always up there, and you cannot take the charm out of him.
Rather kind words there. I think you built it up a little more than what the real situation is. But thank you very much, Aditya. It's been a long journey, yes, indeed, and seems to be carrying on.
Definitely looking forward to you teeing up in the next few coming up.
Aman Raj for that long birdie attempt on the second, coming from the left of the green. I won't say a very realistic birdie chance, but golf is a game. You don't know the result till the ball stops. Nice effort.
Yeah, he seems to have left it in the right spot. 4-5 feet coming back up the hill.
One thing you definitely want to do is not leave that ball short of that hole. He's coming back into the hill with the second to save his par. Anshul Patel, pretty much in the same area where you just saw Aman Raj putt from.
Well, the small fact about these greens is it is next to impossible to leave it short, because the speeds and the undulations and the contour make sure your putt always ends up a little ahead of intended.
I would have to second that. Absolutely. Once you give it a go, that ball is not going to stop the moment it crosses that ridge.
Seems to have given up a decent trap. There you have it.
Needs to stop.
Anshul is following his aggressive approach after the first one over here. Also gave it a solid wrap.
Here we have Arjun Sharma. That should break a little off his left. By the looks of it, it doesn't appear to be more than 6 feet for his birdie attempt.
Let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. Sports Authority of Gujarat, putting in the effort to make sure that there are beautiful venues and prize purses for the people to compete and hone their skills in. Not only that, it gives a wide array of players a chance to tee up in international conditions, international type of golf courses.
A heartfelt thank you to the Sports Authority of Gujarat. We need more and more states to be coming up and supporting golf as a sport since the inclusion of golf at the Olympics. More and more courses have to be built and should be built by the government, which are open to the public. You come across a public course in America pretty much every 10-15 miles. No wonder the golf playing population in America is the largest in the world, and the best of the players coming from there as well. To save his power on the second, our leader, Aman Raj, seems to have jabbed it a little harder than what he probably wanted to.
All right, sinks it in, saves his par. That's a solid two putt from about at least 60 feet out.
Heck of a two-putt, I'd say.
Yeah, and has increased his cushion courtesy Anshul dropping shots on the first hole. From a margin of 3, it's up to 4 now. Arjun Sharma seems to have drained his putt. As you can see on the leaderboard, it says he is now at 7. That's a solid move in the right direction.
Sudden change of fortunes. Arjun Sharma, from being in the third spot, moves up, making a birdie on that tough par 3 second, and Anshul dropping a stroke on the first. So in the second position currently is Arjun Sharma.
And of course, there you have the commentators giving you a wave high and a shout out for the tournament sponsors: PGTI, Amritanjan Fruitnik Plus, Tata Steel, our umbrella sponsor, Rolex, for being out there and supporting the game for so many countless years, be it monetary wise, be it advising the tour to go in the right direction, helping us grow from strength to strength. Not to forget American Express, been there with us for a while now.
Yashash Chandra in that absolutely fantastic round of 68 in the second day. Hole number 9 on your screens, putting from the right to the left. Just asking that ball to stay. Taps it in for a 4.
Well, if you look in the background, it seems that round two did not have much of the wind up and running.
Kolkata was in the mix going into the last 2 rounds. Sachin Basoya was absolutely unfazed
Everybody's homed in to the job at hand and are looking very, very serious towards catching the leader. Hashtag fear the hat.
In particularly, very unassuming young man, Arjun Sharma, goes about his work quietly. You don't see him mixing around much. Keeps to himself. Goes to the corner of the driving range, does his routine, does his warm up every morning before, and of course followed by his hitting the range post his round. There you have KP Singh walking off the third.
There you have Sachin Basoya in the middle of the fairway, asking somebody to give him a clear line of sight so that he can go ahead with his shot.
Hole number 9. Beautiful golf hole. The water starts at about 330 yards, 340 yards off the tee, and it guards the left side of that thin, long green. Sachin Basoya with his second. Decent position to be in for that birdie attempt.
Yeah, he seems to have hit it in the right corner. As previously mentioned, these greens, you really need to hit the right pockets to give yourself realistic putts of birdie. Otherwise, it's a lag out to keep the ego aside and walk off with a safe 2-putt. Not one of those dance floors where you can always stay aggressive upon.
Another young man, Varun, who's come down all the way from the United States of America. Went to the Q school for the first time. In your frame at the moment, the long-hitting Sanhit Bishnoi.
So Sanit's found the putting surface for about, safe to say he's got a 40-footer coming for birdie, but on the wrong tier.
I've noticed the players don't really want to take a chance going left on this one. There's hardly any room for error. Missing it out to the right is the safer option.
Rightly said, left brings in water into play. That means absolute no-no, a red flag in everybody's yardage book. Doesn't seem to be perturbed by that is Varun. He's taken a more of an aggressive shot, given himself a realistic birdie putt coming up on the 9th.
The wind seems to be dying down a little bit. I was thinking it's going to pick up as the day progresses, but seems to be dying down a little now.
Yeah, these guys are not looking bothered about the wind as it's not very strong, going right at the flag sticks.
I'll have to agree with you on that.
There you have two youngsters, Sanit and Varun. A young man's walk, as they call it. And you have Sachin Basoya with the funny way of carrying his cap.
Seems to be guarding his left cheek from the sun.
Tells you that he's more worried about his complexion.
This young man, sponsored by DLF Golf and Country Club.
The beauty of this golf course is it gives you vast open sightings to take in the beautiful sights, surreal pictures where you have landscapes, as you can see in the background, greens, water bodies, and some really big landscapes for people to build up their villas.
Beautiful time of the year to be here. The entire coast seems to be blooming with flowers all across. In your frame, Sanit Bishnoi, with that long birdie effort. Comes from a golfing family. Sisters on the professional women's tour. In that discussion with the caddy to try and hold this for a birdie on the ninth.
He seems to see that the ball's going to break a lot from the left. At least that's what his gestures are saying.
Moves left when it comes over that ridge, and a mighty good effort there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a heartbreak after such a beautiful putt in the jaws.
A little more steam and that would have been in.
Well, his caddy seems to be okay and laughing about the fact that they've escaped unharmed.
Especially with these contours in play, anything that is over 30 feet, you want to walk off with two putts. I'd say well done.
Absolutely, I'll take that any day.
Sanit is a bronze medalist for Haryana at last year's National Games.
Which was held at this same very venue.
I think, Aditya, the National Games were held at another golf course here
I might be wrong in that.
at
We'll
Kensville.
We'll definitely have a better option about that after checking. But I would agree with you.
Missing out on his birdie putt. Comes into tap. Sachin Basoya on hole number 9.
Also a bronze medal individualistic in the National Games. There you have Varun from the United States of America sizing up his birdie putt.
He had a fantastic outing at the pre-qualifying at Jamshedpur, winning in his group of people who teed it up for the pre-Q1.
Also had a very good showing in the first event of the season 2023 Tata Steel PGTI in Toliganj.
He was in the mix, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. In fact, if I'm not wrong, he was amongst the leader groups.
A lot of these foreigners have started coming to hone their skills in PGTI before they climb up and go on to bigger and higher tours. A perfect breeding ground for young players. Unfortunate, he missed that par putt. Varun has this left for his bogey 5 on hole number 9. Taps it in. I'm sure he's a little dejected. He was lying the best amongst 3.
Yeah, 3 putt from that distance can really be unsettling. Instead of picking up a shot, you end up dropping one.
As you can see in your frame, M. Dharma from Bangalore, teeing it up on hole number 8, going with the big dog. This is a par 5, guarded by water on the left on your tee shot and with water on the right on your second.
It's a very, very interesting hole as it gives you varied options to play it along with taking tiger lines, getting the water in play, getting the bunkers into play. But if you actually hit the tiger line, it can leave you with a long iron in.
With your distance off the tee, maybe, not mine. Beautiful golf hole, guarded by these beautiful landscaped houses on the right and a huge water body on the left. Rohan Dhole Patil staring it down on the right.
And there you have it on the tee. Mr. Sharma, Sudhir from JP Greens. Very, very good striker of the ball. Let's see which approach does he take. Big dog, yes. How far down left water is he going to cut?
Aggressive young man, Sudhir Sharma, popularly known as Sodi amongst his friends, has a couple of course records to his name.
This man knows how to get really, really deep when it comes his way.
There's Thangaraja, just talking about him a while ago. Likes to leave the flag in, even on those tap and 2-footers.
Thanga is a Sri Lankan player who has made Professional Golf Tour of India his home ground.
We have quite a few players from Sri Lanka here. Alongside Thanga, we have Mithun, we have Prabhakaran, and of course, Anura Ruhana.
Yeah, very, very humble, very, very nice people to interact with once you get to know them. Especially Thanga, always has a smile over his face.
Hole number 9.
Giriraj Singh Khadka hitting his approach shot on 9th hole. Seemed to have leaked it right. Will have his work cut out from there to save his par. Not the ideal spot to miss out on. That's an aggressive shot by Thanga. Right.
Thanga has been an aggressive player I remember right from the day he came on PGTI. He's got a few wins under his belt.
It will be safe to say he's the laughing Buddha from Sri Lanka, always smiling, always happy, never perturbed about anything.
I would agree with that. I've never seen the man frown. Anil Bajrang Mane seems to have hit the hazard on hole number 7. Looks like he's laid it up. Sorry, I'm sorry. Looks like he's hit his third from the drop zone behind the penalty area.
A very, very tight hole towards the end. These 3 holes can make it or break even leads which are unsurmountable. Danger lurking on all these 3 holes.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Gentlemen, Thangaraja and Maniram. If you had to ask me who's more of an aggressive player between the two of them, I would say flip a coin.
The laughing Buddha in your frame, as rightly put by Aditya, the ever-smiling Sri Lankan Thangaraja.
You have Maniram coming out of the bunker, and what a shot he has.
Go in the hole.
Oh my
Oh.
God. Beautiful. As I said, also a very, very aggressive player, but seems to have brilliant touch around the green.
Take a bow, Mr. Maniram. I'd say one of the tougher bunker shots, the 35-40 yarder.
Even he's excited about the result. Dressed in Tiger's Sunday apparel, red and black.
There you have it again, in case you missed it. That hole out by Maniram on hole number 9 for a fantastic 3. Look at the way that ball is rolled, softly, never leaving the line, and dives into the cup. We were just talking about aggression, flipping a coin between the two of them, and the result shows. These greens are so pure. Once the ball starts on the line, it barely gets off it. It might die off it, but would continue on that line as long as there's strength on it. Thangaraja for his birdie 3 on the 9th.
We'll have to wait and watch that result. Before that is Giriraj trying to save his up and down from the bottom right half.
Like I said, a very characteristic of his design, beautifully done there by Karka, is a bailout on the right.
Yeah, he's playing partner thumbs up that chip because it is actually a brilliant one. Not easy to gauge the contours.
Giriraj Karka comes from Jaipur, plays at the Jaipur Golf Club. into his third season. Caddy seems to be pointing a couple of inches left of the hole. The slope of the left should move that ball left to right. Tanga Raja.
Oh, burns the edge. It was a brilliant try.
Sure did burn the edge. Abhinav Lohan seems to be walking off the 7th. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is hole number 6, par 4.
Dharma on the 8th hole alongside Sudhir. They seem to have laid it up. We'll have their third shots coming up. It's a par 5.
Aggressive 3-ball here on the 8th. Dole Patil going with his third.
Must have found some trouble off the tee because he's left himself a back.
Looks like about 150 yards
Yeah.
to the hole from where he is. The wind seems to have died down completely. Strong right-hand grip. Dole Patil. Unfortunately misses the green on the left. Very little room to work with here.
Yeah, that's short-sighted himself, but with the short game skills these guys possess,
Without wasting any time, Sudhir Sharma
has hit a stellar shot. As I was talking about his watch tracking capabilities,
is left
second to none.
Sudhir Sharma leaves himself an 8-footer for birdie on the 8th and a chance to move up on the leaderboard. M. Dharma from Bangalore had a very solid start at the Indian Open last week.
Also has seemed to miss it on the right side. Not very far from the flag, but if you see, there is barely any margin to keep your ball on that plateau.
Could have done better than that. I think that ball got caught up in the grass short of the green. Dole Patil.
As you can see, the ball's in a fluffy spot. M. Dharma going the other direction, trying to chip it in.
Likes to place that ball back in the stance just to give it a small little jab. Get up.
Couldn't have done it any better.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen 2 chip-ins, one from the bunker and one just off the green in the last 10 minutes. Goes to say how much work these players put in to get the speed and the line right, even from off the green.
Yeah, both chip-ins, not easy. Especially the bunker shot coming up by Maniram. He could barely see the player itself, forget about holding that shot.
Back to hole number 9. Beautiful villas surround these fairways, snaking through the entire golf course.
That's Arjun Bhati missing it way towards the right of the fairway. Will have to conjure up some of his ball striking abilities to get this on the dance floor.
Looks like he has a line from there, though. As long as he has a line and a golf swing, should be able to get it somewhere around the green. Rohan Dole Patil on hole number 8 to save.
Trying to clean up here his par. Sizable putt.
Just under borrowed that a little. Dejected, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's staring back to the position where he hit that putt from. Not very happy. There you have, ladies and gentlemen, Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow. Second shot coming up on the par 4 ninth. Seems to have left it short into Maniram territory.
Won't be happy with that. Arjun Bhati in the right trees. Has to guard the left side. He had a line for sure. A brilliant golf shot from where he was. I beg your
I think it's on the left edge of the green side rough.
See, that generally happens. If one player misses it left, the next is most likely to miss it to the right. And that's exactly what has happened here on hole number 9.
Praveen J. Pathare from Pune won't be happy with his approach from there. Short-sighting himself.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber-reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost-effective. A material that will be used in foot-over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Not a very easy hole for the faint-hearted. As you can see, the flag flutter. It looks like the wind is picking up a little bit.
Yes, definitely. Looks like it played a little down left or right.
And some brilliant shots by the two. Sattak has hit it really close. So has his playing partner, Khalin H. Joshi from Bangalore.
Two Bangaloreans in the same group, Kalin and Syed Saqib. Great friends off the course. Adversaries on it.
If I'm not wrong, a fun fact for you guys is Kalin and alongside me, the commentator, share a very beautiful trophy of the Panasonic Open. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are. I did have the pleasure of laying my hands on that back in 2012. And
I remember him winning that, otherwise a very calm, charming personality. But when that ball went in the hole on the penultimate hole, I was a different man. Fire, absolute fire coming out of his eyes at that day.
Syed Saqib Javed with that birdie attempt on hole number 7, the signature hole of the course. Should break right to left for Saqib. Bit of a jab
Yeah.
there, I think. Would not be happy with that. Taps it in for a 3. Abhinav Lohan with his third on the 8th, par 5. He'd like to see that converted into a 4. Kalin Joshi has had a breakthrough win on the Asian Tour, winning the Panasonic Open in Delhi in 2017.
Yeah, rightly said. So what was the first thing, Mr. Singh, you did after that paycheck, other than letting it sink in?
Well, although I'd had a bigger paycheck than that before, but no matter how small the paycheck is, a win is a win. And to be realist forever.
Of course, couldn't agree more. It was a good try by Cullen on the 7th hole.
Both the players over borrowing on that birdie attempt on hole number 8. From the left of the hole, Kalin Joshi, and from the right side, Saqib Javed.
There you have it, player in trouble on the 9th hole, green fairway bunker.
In your frame is Sudhir Sharma, going with the second on the 9th. Par 4 guarded by water on the left. Safely on, although I'm sure he would have preferred it left of that.
Yeah, I
Ridge.
wouldn't be very pleased from the pole position he had put himself after the drive, center of the fairway. Nonetheless, it's that spot where we will be happy missing it.
Rohan Dhole Patil. Bogey number 8 would be looking to make a hole number 9 with a birdie. Shot. Has left himself for 3. 9. M in that group seems to have 5 trees. seems to be discussing his options with his caddy. You've been on Dharma's bag for as long as I can remember, minimum a decade. Still a little undecided on their options. With water guarding the left side of that green, you definitely want to make sure you get the water out of play.
I'm sure M. Dharma, with bunch of wins under his belt, will be very cautious about this upcoming shot.
Yeah, seems to have hit it right and short of the green. Not a bad position to be in.
Absolutely not. From where he was, it's not a bad spot to be in.
Should be able to bump and run it up over that ridge. Anything within 4 to 5 feet would be a good result from where M. Dharma has hit his second onto. Got it just a hint heavy. Sure, he was expecting that ball to release onto the green.
Arjun Sharma seems to be making a move in the right direction. He is 2 under par on 4 holes.
Quietly going about his job, Arjun, birdieing the second and the third. Aman Raj has also maintained the gap by birdieing number 4. Anshul Patel making amends for that bogey on the first by birdieing number 3. Back in the mix where he was.
All right, there you have M. Dharma following up for his chip.
The ball seems to be a little above his feet.
Yeah, pretty much a similar lie of the last chip in which he made. Although the distance and level of difficulty in the shot is a little more.
Just has to cater for that ridge cutting across from where he's coming. I think that ball's going to move a little left to right in the beginning, and then as it starts to die down, goes over the ridge, should start breaking off to the left. Unless he wants to fly it all the way over the ridge. Looks like a lob wedge in his hand.
Yeah.
Chooses to fly it over. Well, he gave it an attempt there. Aggressive golf shot there by M. Dharma, the Bangalorean. Close to going in and repeat of hole number 8.
Yeah, nearly made it 2 and 2.
Leaves himself that 4-footer for to save his par.
And you have Sudhir trying to drain a big one for his birdie. Oh my God. Even Dharma's caddy was excited about that.
Brilliant effort for a birdie on hole number 9 by Sudhir Sharma. Leaves himself a tap-in. aggressive stroke there by Sharma.
I remember recently seeing him with his coach, Priyapuri, and discussing about his game. Seems to have found the right touch in the beginning of the season.
Rohan Dhole Patil likes to putt with his hands a little lower than what you would see most of the players, narrowly missing that birdie and the chance to make up for the drop shot on hole number 8. Rohan will have that 2-footer to save his par on the 9th.
Wow, that jump tells you how excited that he must have been watching that chase the hole.
To save his par after that brilliant chip in on hole number 9 is M. Dharma. You reckon that breaks a little off the left?
From what we've seen and what memory serves, should be a left-in kind of a putt.
Seems to have been disturbed by somebody.
I
Some
think
movement on the left.
I think he's hearing what we were saying. Maybe adjusting for the corrections on his line.
Will you start whispering then? Doesn't quite break as much as I thought it would.
Yeah, it seemed to have not break. Maybe the pace was a little bit too much to borrow the break.
Possibly.
M. Dharma has a very unique style of putting. Gets way wide, lower on the ball, likes to hover on the ball. Over the years has made some serious putts, find the bottom of the hole.
Rohan taps it in for his par 4 on hole number 9. Dharma would not be happy with that. Small little miss.
There's the man from Greater Noida, JP Greens, wrapping it up for his par, Mr. Sharma, Sudhir.
Walking up on the 9th, Abhinav Lohan, Anil Bajrang Mane, and Om Prakash Chauhan. Back to hole number 7. Kartik Sharma has left himself a 10-footer for birdie on the signature hole of the course, helped by Vicky. Two left-handed players in top 10 at the moment. Kartik Sharma has slowly moved up the leaderboard by birdieing hole number 5, the par 5, and he drains it in on hole number 7 for a birdie as well. That takes him to 6 under par and a sole position on number 4. Playing alongside Kartik is Aryan, who's had a bogey on the first and birdied hole number 5 to get that shot back. In your frames, Abhinav Lohan hitting his second on the par 4 9th. Currently in tied 10th position. Finds himself on the green, but I'm sure he would like to be on the left part of the green as compared to where he is at the moment. Most of the players I've seen trying to save themselves from the left of that water hazard on the 9th end up hitting it a little too far right. It's very psychological. Pretending to run away from trouble. Anil Bajrang Mane with the second on the 9th. Or a brilliant golf shot. Leaves himself a 10-footer left of the hole. Couldn't have been a better line than what Anil has hit that ball onto. Om Prakash Chauhan seems to have laid it up out of the trouble on the right on the 9th. Will have some work to do to save his par. Here we have Saqib. Hitting his third. Playing alongside Khalin Joshi and Saptak Talwar. The big hitting Saqib has left himself a 10-footer for a birdie on hole number 8. Abhinav Lohan sizing up that monster that he's left himself on hole number 9. I would say I would walk off that green with a 2-putt from where he has left his second. Aman Raj seems to have birdied hole number 5 and has increased the gap. He's leading by 4 at the moment at 12 under over Anshul Patel, who has also birdied hole number 5 and is at 8 under par with 1 under for the day. Back to Abhinav Lohan, hole number 9 with this long birdie attempt.
Abhinav Lohan claimed the silver medal for Haryana in individual event at the 2022 National Games.
Seems to have done all right with that first part of his. Leaving himself not more than a 3-footer to save par. Om Prakash Chauhan
Give it a good rap, that one.
Brilliant effort there. Left himself with the tap in. After that missed birdie attempt, Rohan Dole Patil would like to clean up with a 4. I beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen, that is Saptak Talwar on hole number 8.
Seems to have hit it a little too firm. Burns the edge and
Not very happy with that.
yeah, that ball's going to take a little bit of collecting by someone.
Quite a few players are following this process of judging the slope. Syed Saqib.
That looks like a very fancy putter.
Walks off with not so happy 5 off the 8th. Playing in the second last pairing along with Ankur.
And Pukral Singh Gill. What do you make of this group? One guy is combined age of the playing partners.
As I say, always, age is just a number.
I think pretty soon we'll have upon that statement on a regular basis. We can't take away how stellar performances Ranjit Singh has in the years and years of staying on board as a touring professional.
He's a funny character off the course. Actually, even on the golf course.
On the course, off the course.
Whatever comes to his mind comes to his lips as well.
A very funny story. Back in the day when we were playing Kochi Masters, I remember me and him playing the final round. And as Ranjit likes to talk, he was talking out loud, making fun about how we were playing and not playing so well in the round 4. The gentleman next to me had to yell from the neighboring fairway to keep it down.
Yeah, Ranjit can be loud at times.
It's an ideal in after the tee shot, middle of the fairway. Sakib seems to have bombed it in the middle as well, way far out. Should not have anything more than a pitching wedge in going in. And there you have Aryan Rupanand hitting his approach shot. Just narrowly missing the green on the left-hand side on the 8th.
Back to hole number 8.
Yash Chandra trying to squeeze one in close into the flag.
The wind seems to have picked up a little bit. Yashas. That needs to stop.
Yeah, that seems to have a lot of spin on it, and the contour also pushing it away from the target.
Seems to have spun it back almost 30 feet.
Yeah. That's more of an ideal spot where Karthik is coming in for his third shot.
It surely is. I don't think he has anything more than 120 yards to the flag. Just a baby wedge.
Yeah, as said rightly by Mr. Singh, has flighted the club, the ball onto the green at the very correct tier and a sizable distance to make his putt.
Leaves himself with a nothing more than an 8 foot of foot. Karthik Sharma is that will have back-to-back birdies on 7 and 8. Coming off from after a birdie on hole number 5, the par 5.
Karthik and Arjun take the correct steps, bogey-free, 200 rounds. Does Aman Raj as he increases his lead 4 shots, hitting comfortably 12 under par.
Back to hole number 9.
That's a shot from there. Will be in M. Dharma's territory.
I think that was Sakib, just followed by
Kalin Joshi. Seems to have left it about 40 feet on the low side of the green.
Very unlike Khalin.
Saptak's second shot has found the putting surface at a very close by range to make his birdie. Let's see if Saqib can squeeze it in between that.
The big hitting Bangalorean with his second on line. I don't think it's going to be more than a pitching wedge for him.
Yeah, maybe smaller.
Brilliant golf shot. Leaves himself a 10-footer from the left of the hole.
Yeah, that's also on the right where you need to be on this.
Angad Chima has had a good run after a bogey on hole number 6. He's gone on to birdie 7, 8, and 9, making the turn at 2 under. A solid 3 pars in the back 9 through 10, 11, and 12. Has had a very good outing at the Hero Indian Open last.
Yeah, last week's performances must have given him a serious confidence and a self-belief.
As I said, today being the moving day, not much damage coming from any of the top 20 yet.
There you have Ukrat Singhal giving it a soft fist bump of the putt.
Arun seems to have missed that 8th pin high off the left, choosing to go with the putter. Coming off a birdie previous hole, the 7th.
There you have it. He's sizing it up by using his aim point technology. While he's reading the putt, what do you think about the Monday qualifiers getting into play?
I think it's a brilliant start by PGTI, giving a chance to players who have not had a very good outing at the Q School. It gives them a chance to qualify on a Monday and go into the tournament like anybody else. We've had Monday qualifiers on the US Tour for the longest time. If you remember, Arjun Atwal, the year he won the Bell South Classic, he was a Monday qualifier.
Yeah,
and he went on to win on the beach.
Yeah, I have of that. What a sight that.
Arjun, with that birdie effort, gave it a nice go. Left himself a 3-footer to save par. Kartik Sharma, in the meantime, will be looking into his third birdie of the day, second on the trot.
This is giving him that much needed extra help, line him up onto the correct line. It's good to see caddies and players developing up a relationship where it's more proactive, helps take a bit of a load off the player at crucial moments.
There's a saying about these caddies that they become your life, and the respective player ends up spending more time with his caddy than his girlfriend or wife.
Well, that's a touchy type topic.
Narrowly missing out on his birdie, Kartik Sharma catered for a little more break than what happened there on the 8th green.
Arden Rupanan trying to save his par on the 8th.
Doesn't waste much time on the bat. Brilliantly done.
Yeah, that's surely within the given 50-second time frame. Mr. Chari, the tournament director, would be happy with that pace of play.
Yashas Chandra, after that long birdie effort, 35 odd feet to save his par on hole 8. Pretty academic. Just a tap in for him.
Didn't see that one coming. That's the beauty of this track. If you try to overpower it, try and slam it in the back of cup, these edges, they don't let you do that.
That's a heartbreak.
Yeah. Especially after the long lag putt, which he hit so well. There you have it. Aman Raj ahead of the pack. Fear the hat. 12 under par. Anshul Patel, local lad,
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber-reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost-effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
2, 6 under par. Sole position number 5. Still to decide which club to take. He's got two in his hand.
I don't think it'll be in the rule books, but what if he swung with both the clubs? Does it count as a one shot or a two shot?
It's pretty possible to swing with 2 clubs. I've never attempted that one.
On a more serious note, there's the look at the leaders: Arjun at 7, Anshul at 8, and Aman Raj at 12.
Anshul creeping up slowly back to where he was after that bogey start on the first. A very avoidable bogey start off the first.
Yashash seems to have hit it at the right spot. Correct here, short distance coming up for his birdie. Now Karthik with his famous imagining the line of where he's going to hit it, pointing towards the ball flight's start pattern, mid pattern, and where he would like to end it.
I think he likes to draw a line.
I guess he likes to visualize what the ball is going to fly out as, and then tries to replicate.
I pretty much believe in whatever works.
I pretty much believe in anything which works. Whichever makes me happy, whichever puts the ball in the right place where I want it. Over the years, you've tried too many, let's just call them antics, to figure out how to play well.
I'm sure won't be very happy with that result.
Has left himself a little too far out.
Pretty much in the same area where Abhinav Lohan was just a short while ago. We'll have to cater for that slope. Going left to right.
RN seems to have left it at that exact swale which you were mentioning, which divides the green pretty much into half. Will have a sizable amount of speed in it.
Beautiful conditions here at Ahmedabad.
As the players find themselves flying in from Kolkata to Ahmedabad.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate,
फील अलाइव। काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
As I was mentioning just a while ago, beautifully manicured golf course here in Ahmedabad for the players to play on. Hole number 8, Ranjit Singh in your frames. Seems to have hit it a hint left of the tee. I'm not very sure whether he found the water there or was he dry.
Must have been some issue, as there you could see Aditya Latha, the referee, trying to help him out with some kind of assistance. And now back to Pukhraj. Pukhraj seems to have missed it a little on the left-hand side in Aryan Rupanand's territory. A very hard-working guy, Pukhraj Singhil, on and off the course. If he's not at the course, he's at the gym. If he's not at the gym, he's constantly talking about how can he improve his game. Shows the amount of dedication required to reach such heights at such young age. Karthik Sharma sizing up his birdie putt.
I'd say an outside chance for a birdie. Long birdie effort.
Rightly said, not outside, way outside. But funnier and more surprising things have happened in this game. So can't count him out of not holding this.
I definitely would not put that aside. You just saw Maniram Sharma hole out from that bunker where he could not even see the green.
That's definitely got to make the highlights of round 3.
I'd agree with you. Most of the players in the recent past I've seen have started drawing a line on the ball to help them line up the putt. And Karthik Sharma is no different. Has given it a good roll. Leaves himself just over a 2-footer to save par. Should not be a problem.
That's a decent leaf from there. There you have Ankush Chadha.
Hole number 8.
That's a very good touch.
Brilliantly played.
From where he's hit it, I'm presuming this would be his third, especially as this guy can hit it a country mile. Would have definitely tried to make it on in 2.
Yeah, he gives it a whack. If he gets 2 solid ones, I'm sure he would be there in 2 and chipped up for his third. Meantime, Aryan giving it a roll for a birdie. Misses it on the lower side.
Aryan Rupanand had a stellar amateur career, winning the All India Amateurs, I think twice, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. He won it back to back.
That's quite a feat. Would be looking to knock regularly on the board for his first win on PGTI.
Yashas Chandra trying to make amends for a couple of drop shots. Last few holes.
Pokraj Singhil coming up with his birdie putt. Does well to leave it maybe 2 feet to wrap up his par. There you have it, Yashish being very meticulous about his setup, having the ball in the right place before he gives it a wrap. And the old warhorse, Ranjit Singh. Let's see what magic can he pull out. It's a decent effort, leaving himself for a very short par putt.
In the last few groups, I think I've seen players being a little confused on this particular line coming off the left from pin high on. This can be confusing. To save his par, Karthik Sharma, hole number 9. Very well done. Monster for 2-putt.
Smooth stroke resulting in the desired result, bottom of the hole. Here Aaron is giving it his due diligence after missing a short one. Also finds the bottom of the hole. Now we have Ankur Chadda coming up for his 4th stroke to save his birdie. He'll be happy with that.
Slowly moving up the board. Ankur. With a birdie on hole number 7, followed by another one on hole number 8. Had a rough patch from 4th to the 6th. Thereafter, very well recovered.
Not a very pretty sight for the player or the spectators.
To save his par, Pukhraj is left with that in hole number 8.
Nicely done. Bottom of the cup. They move to the 9th hole.
Very next, the signature 7th, and is back to where he was at 8 under par.
There's Ranjit Singh eyeing his tee shot.
Very solid start by Aman Raj, playing pretty much tee to green golf, not and just collecting birdies as they come, clearing himself off the pack, leading by 4 after 7 holes on the 3rd day.
There you have Pukhraj Singh on the 9th tee.
I think Pukhraj is going to give it a go, get as close as possible to that 7 green.
Yeah, Pukhraj's definitely given it a go. But from the looks of it,
Probably with the short stick.
Chadda has put himself sizably ahead of his playing partners with that monster which is there.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Of time. But I guess in the Battle of the Heat, final round, second, third round, one seems to take a little bit of extra time. Call it caution to the wind, call it nerves, whatever you might want to call it. But I don't think the man, Mr. Chari, is going to give you more than 50 seconds.
Amongst the slower players, what I've noticed is, the pre-shot routine. They seem to start their pre-shot routine after the guy next to him has hit his second shot or his third, whatever. A small suggestion for kids who are going to turn professionals in the future and are going to be the flag bearers of Indian golf. Start your pre-shot routine while the other one is already hitting his second shot. That way you'll have more time and you'll never be on the clock. You'll never have the referee breathing down your neck.
Yeah,
Just a while ago, that was Aman Raj, his third nicely placed for a birdie attempt on hole number 8. Flawless golf since the start of the day.
Yeah, that was a very, very good shot. Aman Raj on the 8th hole with his third shot. Now Arjun Sharma trying to replicate it. Seems to have hit another good shot.
Brilliant third by Arjun. I can see Anshul in the bunker just short of the green. Must be there in two. Has a longish bunker shot coming up. Good about a 35-40 yarder.
The leaders have surrounded the flag on both ends. Back on the 9th with Ranjit on his third shot. My apologies, that should have been his second shot, leaving himself short, I guess, in the greenside bunker.
That angle that he's coming from, you don't want to be long and left.
For people who are just logging in, we are nearing completion of the front nine on round 3. You can also log into Eurosports to catch up live golf coming up your way. There's Pukrat Singh Gill with his second shot on the 9th. Just seems to have missed it on the low side of the ridge.
Sudhir Sharma has picked up another birdie on hole number 11 as he moves up to tie 8th with 3 under for today and for a total of 3 under par.
That's a solid performance coming up by Sudhir.
Another one making the moves is N. Thangaraja with equal amount of bogeys and pars in the front 9, 3 of each. He's picked up a birdie on the 10th and followed by an eagle on the 11th. Moves up to tied 8th alongside Sudhir Sharma at -3 after 12 holes on the third day.
Here we have Anshul Patel after his long bunker shot, sizing it up.
You don't want to be very aggressive from where he was in the bunker just a short while ago.
There you have Ranjit Singh from Maniram territory. Seems to have put himself well. Kind of tells you how good Maniram's shot was. Anshul Patel cleaning it up on the 8th. As we just saw Anshul Patel finishing up his 8th hole with a par, chose a different part in his playing partners, Aman Raj and Arjun Sharma, who took on a more conservative play and have hit their third shots nearly very next to the hole. Sometimes risk and reward pays up, as we just saw in Thangaraja's case, eagling the 12th hole. And sometimes you just walk off with a soft par, what Anshul did. Let's see what can Arjun do with his birdie putt. Here we have Ankur on the 9th, coming up with his third very, very big putt. I guess it breaks pretty much a triple breaker. Nearly brought it back on the green from the edge of the green. Shows the amount of contours there are on these greens, how much the ball moves. And here we have the leader group, Arjun Sharma sizing his birdie putt. Otherwise a very reserved customer, but once you get to know him, he has some very witty one-liners. Full of confidence, this young lad. Needs to step up and make this to mount a charge on Aman Raj, as he has also hit it very close. Alright, that's one big step towards catching up the leader.
Arjun moves on to 9 under par after that birdie on hole number 8. Slowly closing in the gap with Aman Raj.
There's Ankur Chadha trying to save his par putt. Not to be. You often see players talking to themselves after they've missed a putt, wondering what they're discussing, what they're expressing is basically, why did not I commit to the first putt, first line which I thought of? Because more often than not, the first read which you look at is generally the right one, as we just saw it in Ankur Chadha's case.
Very rightly said. Your first impression generally is right. I read a book by Malcolm Gladwell called Blink, wherein he explains your first look at a situation normally turns out to be the right one. In this case, Ranjit's line definitely turned out to be the right one. He saves that.
He'll be happy to save that par putt after a small blemish, double bogey on the 8th hole.
So he did find the water on the 8th.
The tee
That's what I
shot.
suspected.
Here we have the leader group on the 9th tee.
Arjun will go first after that birdie, snatching away the honor from Aman Raj.
How big a part do you think that is in leader groups? Putting one down in before the leader and taking the honors.
Not much in stroke play, but in match play, definitely. You have an advantage because that hole is going to be decided right then and there. Whereas here, it's your cumulative total of 4 days. Arjun Sharma with a couple of twos on the front nine, birdieing both the par threes. The second is absolutely brilliant hole to birdie on.
Here we have Aman Raj teeing it up on the ninth. His lead cut down to 3 by Arjun's brilliant birdie roll on the 7th and the 8th. Aman seems to have pushed it a little to the right. The leaders have a non-required friendly gathering of Mr. Chari following them around for the last 3 hours. Not the
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
The ambience which they serve at makes you feel so comfortable that I believe one would end up having a stomach full more than required.
That's the beauty about this beautiful country of ours. You have thousands of cuisines to choose from. Every nook and corner of this country has something new and different to offer. Varied food, varied people, all sorts of beauty.
For the people who are just joining us, we are telecasting the round 3 of Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2023 held at Kalar Blues and Greens Golf and Country Club, Ahmedabad. Here we have the leader Aman Raj sizing his second shot on the 9th hole.
He's very much in play, but the looks of the follow-through that he gave off the tee, I thought he's found the trees on the right. But he seems to be in the absolute right position as far as approach to this flag is concerned.
I guess a bit of a mishit worked fortunes in his favor.
Pulled off a brilliant second from where he was.
And capitalizing on that, he has hit a stellar shot on the ninth. Should give a little bit of a pressure squeeze on his playing partners. Not that Arjun Sharma would be worried about riding on back-to-back birdies.
Safely on the green, 35 feet for birdie. I'll take that.
Seems to be the go-to spot this week for this flag. Here we have the local boy, Anshul, in a better position off the tee.
Like you said, the favorite spot, as long as you stay dry.
Well, this being the fat part of the flag, of the green, people willing or unwillingly are ending up in that section.
True.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
There you have Anshul Sharma fixing up some ball marks on his intended line of play.
Arjun Sharma sizing his birdie putt. Big fan of FIFA.
I'm sure he must have had a lot of sleepless nights during the telecast of the Soccer World Cup recently.
I'm sure about that, having seen him spend endless hours on Xbox with his coach. I mean, his physical coach, Sandeep Pariyar. These guys just can go endlessly with that.
I'm glad to see youngsters having passions apart from just playing golf.
There we have Anshul sizing his birdie putt. Yeah, I guess disconnecting is very much required from the amount of tedious hours you spend in honing your skills. It's bit of a it's important to get yourself, out of that loop, refresh, restart, whatever it might be. In Arjun Sharma's case, FIFA. In somebody else's case, could be something else. But yes, disconnect is something which is important.
I mean, one suggestion that I've always given to youngsters is that leave golf behind when you leave the golf course. Don't carry it back home with you. You can't be thinking golf 24 hours.
Rightly said.
Think and play it when you're at the course. Absolutely do that. To extend that lead by one more, Aman Raj for his birdie attempt on hole number 9. Should break a hint off his left, I think.
Yeah, from the looks of it. Seems to have given it a solid wrap, took the break out.
Hit it a little harder than what he probably wanted to.
I guess the sun is baking up the greens and making it a little faster, as we've always seen and experienced while in leader groups. The hotter the sun gets, the hotter the temperature gets, the ball likes to keep on rolling.
Definitely the greens are baking up a bit, making them a touch quicker than what they were at the start of the day. Aman Raj seems to have hit it about 4 feet by. We'll have that to save par and maintain the 3-shot cushion over Arjun Sharma. Nicely rolled in, maintains the 3-shot lead on the turn. Before Arjun wraps that up for a 4. Here we have Ankur Chadda. Hole number 10, attempting that birdie, comes up a little short. Most of these players seem to have hit it in that small little collection area in the middle left part of the green. For that tap in 4, Arjun Sharma on hole number 9. And to stay in the hunt with 3 behind Aman Raj. Not making a mistake of that. In a similar spot, like Ankur Chadda, is Pukhraj Singh Gill. Gives it a go.
That's actually a decent putt from down there. Difficult to see, but there's a serious amount of elevation change in a putt.
The moment it gets over that ridge, it just picks up speed.
Ranjit Singh has seemed to ended up at a very dicey spot.
Lucky his ball stopped here.
Yeah.
Couple of inches left and it would have rolled down to exactly where these other players in the group have just putted from.
If I was him, I would really want to putt this quick before it gets a move on in the opposite direction.
Before the wind picks up. Left it short after looking at Pukraj. Rolls it in safely for a 4. Bit of a technical issue with the live feed. And we're back.
Not in the very long distance past when you were contending into tournaments. What was your routine like for tournament days? We all know you had a work ethic about your practice routines, but can you just guide us through your daily routine during tournament days?
See, I could not have done anything differently on those 4 or 5 days than what I did the entire year round. So my routine has always been, I've always woken up early in the morning. Whatever I do, it doesn't matter. I am in the habit of waking up around 5:30, whether it is winters or summers, it doesn't matter. Summer's probably a little earlier. And but I never forced myself to rest if I had a tournament day the next day. I could not get myself to sleep at 9 o'clock in the night. I just did whatever I did exactly the same way like I would have otherwise. So you can't really make changes for those 5-6 days. I mean, you have to make a change. You have to make a change for good, which stays with you throughout the year. Arjun Sharma
seems to have blocked it right on the 10th.
Making a gesture towards the right. Not quite sure where that ball has landed up. He's asking his caddy for another one. Probably go with a provisional of the 10th. With this change in the tee box, they've made the 10th a little longer than what it was earlier, forcing the players to take out the big stick. With the big stick, it is definitely a little narrow hole. I remember with the earlier one, you could get, punch a 2-iron and get it up to 9-iron distance, 140, 150 yard distance.
Rightly said, with the mammoth, gigantic clubhouse being ready, and they are back to the old tee. I think this tee is further more back than we are used to playing it in the past few seasons.
They've surely moved it back around 30 to 40 yards. I don't have the exact number on me at the moment, but roughly about 40 yards behind where we used to play it from earlier.
This could be a big swing in the leader groups, as Arjun is the closest competitor to Aman Raj. Let's hope his ball is in play.
There is a little bit of room on the right, which you can't really see off the tee box. There's good about 30 yards of room on the right of that bunker that comes in your tee shot. We'll just have to wait and see where that ball ended up for Arjun Sharma.
Apologies for the technical glitch. We will surely have the live coverage coming back up. In the meanwhile, as we said, the 10th has got some teeth by going back, especially with the green having 3 different mounds on it. Not an easy tee shot.
Walking off the 11th is the second last group of the day. Arjun Chadda, Pokhraj Singh Gill, and Ranjit Singh. Recently, the PGTI has signed up a deal along with DP World and the PGA Tour, giving it more teeth, presenting more playing opportunities and prize money for the players. Absolute welcome, so to say, marriage between two, presenting more and more opportunities and higher prize money tournaments for youngsters coming out of amateur ranks and looking to make a future in the sport.
Yes, that's a very big stride in the right direction by PGTI, joining hands with DP World Tour, PGA Tour. World ranking points coming towards the local tour is an always a welcome treat. Goes hand in hand with amping up prize purses, directly resulting in people being more aware, more lucratively attracted towards the game.
Beautifully using the slope there, Pokhraj Singh Gill from the left of the 11th green just became a tad bit aggressive with his chip. Leaves himself a 6 footer to save par. There you can see the majestic clubhouse in the background.
Here's a look at the leader group. Scoreboard. Aman riding smooth at 12, Arjun 9, Anshul 8, and then Pokhraj 6. Karthik and Aryan are respectively tied at 5 under par. Ankur is at 4. Ranjit, after a bit of a blemish on the 7th, is at back to 3 under par. From a long way shot, the hole, comes the approach shot. Here we have Ankur Chadda on the par 3 11th, sizing up his putt. Likes to spend a lot of time on the putting green with his putting aid called the Pels plate. I've seen him go endless hours just starting the ball on that.
With such beautiful golf courses coming up all across the country, the level of the sport can only rise, can only get better than where it is. Back in the day, I remember most of the courses in the country were owned by the armed forces. But luckily now we've had some great golf courses cropping up all around. I think it started with the Sahara Ambi Valley. Beautiful track. We played the 2006 Ambi Valley Masters there. And after that, it's been, of course, Classic. And Classic was already existing before the Ambi Valley course, and then came up DLF and the new DLF course and the old AP design, and some really great courses, of course, including Kalhar Blues and Greens, the host this week. There's a host of courses to choose from now, and the level of the sport is bound to get better and better. The scores are going to get lower and lower.
Here we have Anshul coming up with a very good shot. Nearly jars it in on the par 4 10th.
The tour is only growing more and more. As compared to last year, we are hoping to play for, if not double, we are hoping to play for 40% more money than what we did last year. Thanks to our umbrella sponsor, Tata Steel, and the new deal that has just taken shape through DP World. We are certainly looking for international sponsorships coming our way now. American Express and Rolex have been with the tour for quite a while now. Golf as a sport in India can only grow if it has sponsorship coming from multinationals. Unlike cricket, which is in literally every nook and corner of this country, golf depends upon huge amount of sponsorship monies, golf courses, active interest by the private sector.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
With a cushy 3-shot lead.
We'll just have to wait and watch what Arjun has done. Maybe a large lead can go up substantially depending what happened with this tee shot.
Missing the green, going with a putter. I'm assuming he's just off it. I can't really make out from this angle how much off the green he is.
Looks like about a yard
Yeah,
or two off.
Barely off it. Yeah, nicely done.
Seems to have lagged it to a comfortable distance of 3 feet.
I can see Arjun lining up. I have no idea if he's there in 2 or 4. Hopefully 2. To make it interesting going into the last round, somebody has to be on Aman Raj's heels.
Absolutely. And look, lad, Anshul and Arjun are the closest competitors as of right now. Here we have Arjun Sharma sizing up his putt. Not very sure what stroke this is, the number of the stroke, but is hoping he holds it, and he does.
Brilliant save there.
We will have to wait and watch what did he do.
Aryan Rupanan seems to have made a birdie on the 11th, moves up to tied fourth. I beg your pardon, in fourth position by himself at 6 under par.
Anshul has also drained his putt, so could be a jump in the right direction. Here we have Aman Raj sitting pretty at 12 under par, trying to save his pup on the 10th hole.
Starting from the back nine, Samarth Dwivedi is slowly making a move. 4 under for the day and 2 under for the tournament. Has made birdies on the 12th, 15th, 17th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And dropped strokes on number 2 and 18. He's got another 3 holes to go. Another birdie opportunity coming up on number 7 and 9 for Samarth Dwivedi.
That's a clear example of moving in the right direction on moving day.
I'd have to agree with you on that. Aman Raj taps it in for his 4. Flawless scorecard so far as the leader group moves on to the tee number 11.
if you push it a little left or you pull it a little right, you end up having the ball chase funnel in towards the hole.
Yeah.
So very realistic. I'm surprised we didn't have somebody holding it in this flag position, because this is the most accessible flag location on this hole.
Yeah, the slope actually feeds back on both sides. Looks like Aman might have missed it on the left and comes up to about six odd feet to save his par.
Yeah. He was trying to use the contours, but I guess
He did, but it didn't
not-
really come back as much as he
Yeah.
probably expected it to.
That's Arjun with his second shot from way off. I don't think he could have done a much better job with the big slope, always pushing the ball away from the hole. We'll have a tricky left to righter coming back to save his par.
Anshul seems to be in a commanding position where he is at the moment. Not much of a line on that one. Coming off a hint off the left. If anybody, I think these three people, Arjun Sharma, Anshul Patel, and Arun Rupa Anand and Karthik Chopra, need to push Aman Raj.
Yes, because he does not seem to relinquish his authority over this tournament as of right now.
Varun Chopra, the rookie, is having a decent day, barring a couple of mistakes. He's just picked up birdies on 12, 13, and 15.
Here we have Karan Pratap Singh coming down the home stretch. 18th, has hit a very good shot. Just a little too much spin, but is still in the...
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
No, you. Drains it in for a birdie and moves in to tied second, along with Arjun Sharma.
That should give him a bit of a boost coming up on the 12th hole. Let's wait and watch what Aman Raj has to say about this par attempt coming up for him.
This could be a two-shot swing right here. This
Yeah.
is not a gimme.
Agreed.
I can see a bit of grain right to left. But only he knows the situation where it is, as it is.
Oh, rightly said, it has become a two-shot swing. Quite baffled with why it didn't find the bottom of the hole.
Anshul Patel pushing his foot onto the accelerator with that birdie, compounded by Aman Raj's mistake. There's a two-shot swing right there. The leader being brought down to 11 under par and Anshul Patel moving to 9.
There you have the wiry customer Angad Chima sizing up his putt, and before that Arjun for his par save. Oh my god. That's got to be a tough pill to swallow.
Costly mistake at this point of the game.
Here we have Angad Chima from Chandigarh coming up with some really good performances in the latter half of last season and the beginning of this one. Seems to have found his knack of playing well. I remember him winning for the very first time in the most amazing format where we were collecting points rather than strokes down in the small island Lanka.
Yes, I remember there was a Stableford format for that week. And Angachima just about crept past Mithun Pereira to win that week back in 2013.
Yeah, I know the point system was a little confusing as it was a brand new format for us. So we also weren't sure that he's won one when he had hold his part out. But just a moments later, when it came out, we all were very excited. I was fortunate enough to be a part of the winning celebratory party after that.
This young man, KP, had a bit of a problem in the second half of last year and could not play. Had an injured
He had
left
a
knee.
left knee where took him out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, he had to undergo a surgery, corrective surgery, and decided to stay out and take his chances again at the qualifying school. Did extremely well. Lost to
Aryan Rupa Anand.
Aryan Rupa Anand and getting his full status back on the 204.23.
Seems to be in good health now and moving upwards.
Extremely talented young man. I've seen him grow. Used to play at the golf course that I practice at, Golden Greens. Hard working, very meticulous.
And here we have Ajay Pasoya cleaning up, I guess, for his par putt.
Apologies for the glitch.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate. Feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
At 8 under par, and Aman Raj after 59 making the cut at 4 over or better. One of the players not having a very good day. Starting the day was in the top 10. Anil Bajrang Mane seems to have found some trouble in the front 9. Slowly moving up on the leaderboard is N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. After that lovely eagle on hole number 12, he's collected himself a birdie on number 14. He's got another birdie opportunity coming up on the 17th, I would say, a realistic one. Let's see how he goes about that.
17th and the 18th, seeing where the flag position is, seems to be accessible, especially for somebody who's won a few times on the tour. And we are talking about
Yes, you could definitely use that left slope to bring the ball back towards the hole. You don't really have to fire it at the flagstick. Sudhir Sharma was going great guns till he made a bogey on hole number 6. But he quickly, hole number 14, quickly recovered on number 15 with a birdie.
Which is one of the tighter holes on this track.
Yes, I'd say one of the tougher holes.
Also circling back to our leader group, Anshul is making big strides towards catching the leader, just a shot adrift now from Aman Raj.
Anshul follows up with a birdie on 12 after 11.
There you have it, Maniram flirting with danger on the 18th. On your screens, you have Giriraj now coming up with his second shot on the 18th. Seems to have flared it way off target. Will have a very high quality shot requirement for if he wants to save his par from there. Not the spot he was looking for.
I think it is pretty much next to impossible to save a 4. I mean, impossible to hit it close. You can probably you can hold a 15 or 20 footer, but it's not easy to get that ball close from where Khadka is lying at the moment.
Absolutely agreed. For him to save par would at least be a 15-footer coming back in.
Tough little spot to be in.
And to our delight and his as well, Thanga has hit it right in the jaws of the hole. Should give him a realistic another push towards jumping at a total of 5 under par for the day if he holds it.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus Rehydrate.
Extended to 4 shots just a while ago is now down to 1.
Has made things certainly more interesting. Local lad jumping into red figures pretty quick to catch up the leader Aman Raj from Patna. I'm sure the galleries tomorrow will be favoring their local boy.
Why not? I mean, what could be a better recipe than your own local lad playing in the final group? Should draw some people out onto this beautiful golf course to witness the last round of the Gujarat Open 23.
This should be a fun save for Giriraj. Trying to figure out where to release the ball from.
It looks
Pretty
like
much hoping for a miracle shot.
looks like there is a ridge, of course, between him and the ball, but it looks like he might have an outside chance using the far left ridge to feed that ball back towards the hole. The far left ridge.
Got
Let's
to be
hope
inch per picture perfect if he wants to come up maybe 10 feet to the hole.
There is an outside chance of hitting it within 10 feet. I've been told he's got magical hands.
Yes, very good with his putter.
No.
And absolutely at a spot which he was not intending to. Well, his troubles are still not over. I think he caught that better than he thought he would and had some spin which he wasn't expecting.
Have a look again at Tangaraja's second shot onto the 18th with a very realistic chance to make another birdie and move in a little closer to the leader, Aman Raj.
There you have a little bit of wildlife resting, enjoying the sun in the background, goofing around. Maniram seems to have duffed his shot, not very pleased with the result. As you can see, he was discussing with his caddy, let's use the slope, but didn't catch it well enough. Here we have Giriraj coming up with his fourth. Not an easy two putt. Come on,
trickle down.
That's got to be really agonizing, leaving it at a spot where I don't think he can do it again, or any one of us. The ball just stayed at a place where it shouldn't have.
Just a little steam in that and would have rolled to within 5 feet of that hole.
That's the thing about this golf course. You can't get too cute with it. Sometimes you just have to take the medicine. Walk off with a bogey might not be that bad result. I'm sure you must be feeling really gutted about what's happened on this hole.
Whoa, slow down now. See how quickly that unfolded. From the middle of the fairway, looking at a possible triple bogey, 7 on the 18th for Giriraj Singh Khadka.
And that's without hitting out of bounds, without hitting water on a par 4. That's not a very good sight or a feeling as a player or a...
Like I said earlier,
spectator.
it's not over till it is over.
Here's Maniram trying to save his par.
Small little duckling right behind him.
As the famous saying goes, never up, never in. Maniram is experiencing that on this hole. 2 shots which stayed short of the hole.
Well, he did it to perfection on hole number 9 out of that bunker from 40 yards.
That's what I call a miracle shot. I mean, I would need a full golf bag of countless golf balls to try and achieve that.
Unexpected spectator back there. To save a 6, hole number 18 for Giriraj Singh Khadka.
I guess that will give him somewhat of a relief.
Thank heaven for small mercies. Yeah.
Back on the screen, Thangaraja, after a long wait for his opportunity. Wonderfully done. Bottom of the hole. Finds another birdie to make his card look even prettier.
We'll just have to wait and see what he
Did on hole number 16th and 17th.
made in the last few holes, yes.
Gauging from what we have seen, should easily have finished at 5 under par for the day.
Seems to be happy walking off the 18th with that birdie, Thangaraja. At -5. With that fiery back nine closing in on 31. Karthik Sharma making a move up on the leaderboard with a birdie on hole number 13 after that bogey on 10. Comes into tied fourth position alongside Aryan Rupa Anand at 6 under par. Firmly sitting on top is Aman Raj after hole number 12 at 11 under, one abreast of Anshul Patel, closing in on his heels at 10 under par. On your screens, closing in on hole number 18 is Praveen Pathare and Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow. The third member of the group is Arjun Bhati, who's in a situation that he'd much rather not be in at the moment on hole number 18, missing it long and left. A tough little chip coming up for the young man. Lucky it stayed up and stayed dry. In that position, you can't really leave it short of the hole. Or something like what happened with Giriraj Singh Khadka might get repeated.
Here we have Arjun Bhati trying to chip it in for his par attempt.
Stop press. We have a change on the leaderboard. Followed by another birdie on hole number 13. Anshul Patel is tied for the lead at 4 under for the day and 11 under for the tournament. What a brilliant going. What a brilliant run by Anshul Patel, the young local lad from Ahmedabad. Now it becomes interesting. Now we might see a little bit of pressure on Aman.
Yes, a pressure. I think it's the first real pressure somebody is mounted on Aman Raj by reaching 11 under par.
And not to forget Arjun Sharma. He's just birdied the 13th as well. He's moved on to 9 under.
So the gap is narrowed up at 9. 2 shots adrift is Arjun. Karthik is at 6, accompanied with Aryan Rupa Anand. That's a nice touch from Arjun Bhati. Putting a lot of spin on it, making sure the ball does not run away from the hole.
Ample amount of birdies being holed all across the scoreboard, but equal amount of bogeys as well. Ankur Chadda has made 5 birdies in the first 12 holes and has 4 bogeys as well, leaving him at 1 under for the day and 5 for the tournament.
Sanjeev has drained his putt in. Would be a happy customer finishing his round, giving thumbs up to the spectators, relishing the accolades of a good birdie putt. And Thanga has locked in his scorecard at 5 under par.
Similar line as what we just saw Thanga Raja put out from, just a little out of that distance though.
There's Praveen J. Pathare from Pune cleaning up his attempt. The customary acknowledging their fellow competitors, shaking hands, a nice way to acknowledging job well done, great efforts put in. Good to see the acknowledgement about the other person's round, which the all three showed us.
And a repeat of the putt that Sanjeev just holed, collecting a birdie on number 18, and a good way to finish off that card. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu finished second on the auto merit last year.
There you have Sudhir on your screens hitting his shot, which came up just a fraction short on the putting surface. Followed up by M. Dharma with a very, very tight shot next to the flag.
Brilliantly done by M. Dharma, leaving himself that 5-footer for birdie. Bit of a curler though, left to right, but a very realistic birdie opportunity.
Seems to be a three-man pack race going on between Arjun, Aman, and Anshul. They seem to break him away from the rest of the herd.
The gentle giant Udayan Mane was making a move till he had a run-in with I think an out of bounds, or maybe more than just one out of bounds on hole number 14, where he ended up making double figures, 10. He's had 6 birdies apart from that and hasn't dropped another stroke. One bad hole, and he's 1 under. Made 6 birdies and made a pentable bogey. Made a 10 on hole number 14. Unfortunate. He would have been in a mix up there somewhere.
Definitely would have been inside the top 10 had that hole not happened.
Quite a sportsman, Udayan Mane, our 2021 Order of Merit winner. Is a sportsman, not just doesn't just play golf, is absolutely phenomenal with his swimming skills, as well as is a district level swimmer. He is a district level cricketer, a national level badminton player. You talk about it and he's done it. Very good in academics, and was supported by his parents to take the leap and become a professional golfer.
Which is proved to be a very good one, representing the flag in the Olympics.
Absolutely.
One of the feathers in Udayan Mane's resume.
Back on to hole number 18. Missing that birdie putt onto the left is Rohan Dhole Patil. Coming back to Udayan Mane, cricketer, basketball player, horse riding. He was a dressage and a show jumper, national level. Has been coached by Devecha and Lawrence. Plays out of Pune Golf Club now, which is the only club he says has given him an honorary membership after his participation at the Olympics. Happened to walk onto the golf course because of his dad and his father and his brother apparently. Made friends with Cullen, grew up with them, Jabir, Sharmila, Aditya Ashok, Chikka and Abhishek. And he says it was a bit of a tough decision to choose golf over the other sports that he used to play at the moment, and was good in academics. I'm glad he chose golf, and he went on to represent India at the Olympics. Had very understanding parents, he says. And he's known to be quite a gritty player and a last day mover. Once he gets into the lead or thereabouts, he's the man to beat. Gentle giant, but only looks it. He's not very intimidating in person.
He refers to himself as the peaceful warrior, which he truly is. Keeping his size aside, he's a very humble, nice guy, easy to talk to, and has just given an impression of what all things he's achieved at a young age. I think we all are glad that he took the decision of turning professional and keeping the rest of the things as hobbies.
Sudhir Sharma looking to close. With that par attempt on hole number 18.
Narrowly misses out on his par save.
Bit of an issue reading the line coming from that angle. Seen a couple of other players miss.
Short ones on this,
Yes.
as the flagstick is in a bowl, but really close attempts from 5 feet inside, you have to be certain about what your correct read is.
Another mover of the day, I'd say it's Samar Dwivedi, who posted a fantastic 67, barring that bogey on the last hole, which happened to be ninth in his case, making 7 birdies against 2 bogeys, one on the second and the 18th and the second. Beg your pardon.
Has pushed him up to the 10th spot as of right now, which is a very big jump.
With a
As they
total of
say,
300.
Thursday is a moving day, and round 3 is a moving day, and these guys have capitalized on that opportunity.
Pair of 67s already in, and a 68 by Kapil Kumar. Also closed in with a birdie on the 18th.
Here we have Om Prakash Chauhan.
OP is having a good run in the back nine with 3 birdies on the 11th,
And
14th and
this
15th.
is a fabulous shot again on the 18th.
He would be looking to capitalize on the 18th as well. Currently in tied 8th position at 4 under par. Surprisingly, he's only had 1 par in the front 9. Bogeys on alternate holes and birdies on alternate as well. Closing in with a 37 on the front. Bogeys on 2, 4, 6 and 8. Birdies on 3, 5 and 7. Om Prakash Chauhan. On your television screens,
Is Anil Bajrang Mane from a very precarious, touchy lie. Won't want to be taking too much on from that kind of a lie. I think seems to have made a decent contact. Ball's flaring out. Will have a very tricky 2-putt. As we can see, Lohan's ball also in a spot of bother where Sanit Bashnoi had ended up. Margin of error on these greens while we're at the approach shots is very less. Got to hit the correct plateau, got to hit the correct contours to give yourself realistic birdie opportunities. Just like this shot done by Om Prakash Chauhan.
beautiful use of the contours. Didn't really go for the flag, used the slope, and has a very realistic birdie opportunity coming up.
Om Prakash has a bunch of tournaments under his belt, starting from Oxford in 2012, and then Golden Greens in 2012. J&K, he's been the winner in 2014, and Grade 1 Masters was in 2021, followed up by Rajasthan's Tourism Presents Jaipur in 22. So all in all, a very celebrated player, has his own unique way of going about things.
Till very recently, Om Prakash did not have a golf course to play on, unfortunately. He, back in Mau, that's where he belongs to, goes out and hits balls in a field. Recently, he has been given playing rights to play here at the Kalhar Blues at Greens by the management. A very welcome opportunity for Om Prakash to hone his skills and further his career.
And after that rather tricky spot, we have Anil Bajrang Mane sizing up his putt, which is nothing short of maybe 80 feet. 2 putt from there will be a very good job. As you can see, he's sizing it up, the break, which is very difficult to read once you're on the wrong contour on these greens. Same can be said about Abhinav Lohan. Just by the sheer length of this putt, it will be a great job if he puts it inside 10 feet. Seems to have rather under-hit it, and the contouring has taken it where it would like it to under. Nonetheless, he still has an opportunity to save his power. Now outside a temp of maybe 18 feet.
Possibly that's a position you don't really want to end up in. Like I said, there are quite a few holes on this golf course where you'd much rather use the slopes and the contours to get into position where you could give yourself a very realistic birdie opportunity.
Lohan, a very impressive putter, should be able to manage this. Still not with the difficulty of this putt.
No matter how good he is, still coming back for at least with at least a 5 to 6.
5 to 6 footer would be something he'll be willing to suffer right now.
Yeah, the moment it gets over that, it's only in speed. It's got literally down the slope.
Hit it down. On a line, on a very good line. That's one thing it done.
Yeah, brilliant. That was the only way that ball could have hit the hole.
Yeah.
Would have been better had it gone in.
At the pace it was gathering, just skipped, leaped, hopped over the hole. But the flagstick has come to assistance. As you can see, Om Prakash also smirking away that for the assistance he got from the flagstick.
Just a quick update from the leader group. Arjun Shah dropped on the par 5 14th and finds himself in third position by himself at 8 under and 2 under for the day.
No change in the top though. Anshul is driving strong, catching up to Anuch. making it interesting for himself and all of us. From the looks of it, looks like Lohan is still wondering how did that ball end up after the second shot over there. But a brilliant putt after that will help him save his.
Abhinav has had a good run in the back nine with birdies on 10, 11 and 30. Unfortunate bogey on the par 5 14th. Should be able to save par on number 18 after that first putt, hitting the hole and not rolling off too much of a distance.
Harren Rupanand has made his way back up after the only flaw in his round on the first hole by firing birdies on 5th, 7th, 11th and the 13th. Back to 3 under par here is Abhinav Lohan shaking hands with his competitors. Done for the day of round 3. Bit of a relief on a very good 2-putt from the spot he was in.
I'll take that 2-putt any day.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
Of Bangalore is by my dear friend Gaurav Diwan. One for him for be it his mind coach or his swing coach. Gaurav does everything that he has to go to, and he's off to Thailand for the International Sea Week, which is part of the Asian tour. He has full playing status on the Asian Tour. And I'm sure he's looking forward to those big ticket tournaments. Also, he says he's quite a hard. Sayed Saqib Javed with his second on the 18th. See, he seems to have laid
Back.
more to the left,
Yes.
a little further back than the last couple of groups we saw. A little change in the club.
Saqib, a total different spectrum from Cullen. A married man, a devoted married man. I don't think he's going to call himself in the players' heartthrob section. Accompanied by his wife quite a bit. I guess that's a relationship which has helped him succeed in his career. Always good to have a supporting person in a game which is only singularly driven.
Not the position he expected to find himself in.
Gone just a tad bit long. Interesting part coming up for him.
Just going back to what you were saying, Aditya, golf is a very, no matter how much you see professionals, mingling around with each other, it's a very lonely sport. It's a very lonely sport in the sense there's no team, there's nothing. I mean, you got to do everything yourself. You might be helped by a couple of people as far as your golf swing is concerned or your psyche coach is concerned, but it's a very lonely sport. Everything is just you all by yourself.
Agreed. The accolades of winning, the heartbreak of not performing well, all the onus of all of it is on that singular individual. That's why it's good to have a parent, a family member, wife, or any sort of support alongside you a long way. Saptak seems to have hit a very good shot.
Brilliant second by Saptak here on the last. With any time, Cullen Joshi. He was in the most ideal position of the tee in that group. Makes the most of it.
And Cullen Joshi showing his class by hitting it even inside where Saptak had hit it.
Didn't have a very good outing so far. He's got 3 5s on his card. One on the first, followed by on number 6 and number 10. I'm sure he was hoping for a better day than what it has turned out to be. Would be good to close in with a 3 on the 18th.
Pretty much looks like a gimme for both of them, for Saptak and Cullen, seeing where the shots have ended up.
Saqib faces a bit of a dilemma here as well. Ideally, if it hits the flag, it's going to stay. I've been in this situation here once or twice. You don't really do. You want to hit it, but not hit it.
Most delicate of touch on such scenarios.
Well, no matter how delicate a touch you have, you're still going at least 5 to 6 feet by. Minimum 5 to 6 feet by, if not more. And if you leave it tad bit short, you're staring at the exact same putt again.
I guess he would be wanting to shake hands with Lohan and rub off that charm a little bit of the flagstick assistance. That is a very interesting looking putter which he has though.
Looks like one of those spider.
No, I've seen it up close. Looks more like a intergalactic spaceship. The shaft leans on the back half of the putter. There's a hollow in between. There's a line which goes through and through.
I remember the days of Star Trek.
I guess the design on this is influenced by that ship quite a bit.
Possibly you have all these space age looking kind of equipment coming every now and then. I was very surprised when I saw the 2-ball putter the first time when it ever came out. I said, how the hell is one going to putt with this? But then it became popular. It became one of the most popular putters amongst the pros.
Yes, the 2-ball putter has seen its light of day. Many professionals.
I used it myself. And for the life of it, till I held it, I could never have imagined putting with something like that.
Yes, Saqib seems to have put a good roll on it, but it's a little bit offline, gathering some steam. Should leave him by about a 10 to 12 footer coming back for his par.
Aryan safely making a par on the tough par 3, 16th and 17th. Has got one more hole to go. Is in sole 4th position at 7 under for the tournament and 3 under for the day. Talented young man, Aryan. 2 All India Amateur wins under his belt.
There you can see Saqib's unique way of gauging the slope.
When I saw one of the European tour do this the first time, I found it a little funny. But then again, going back to the whatever suits you line of play, whatever gets the job done.
I guess it's the format of the game. Everybody develops their nooks and crannies of getting it done. And that is a brilliant 2-putt par save by Saqib.
Hats off to Saqib for making the 2-putt that he did just now on hole number 18.
That par save would definitely put him at ease. Don't want to walk off the last hole of the day with a 3-putt bogey. Here we have Saptak shot his birdie. Pretty much a
It does break from the right a bit.
Yes, as we saw in Sudhir's part. Didn't expect it, but dove quite a bit. He does it with ease. Seems to be happy about that. Why won't he be birdieing the last hole of the day? It's always a good sign.
Especially the 18th, something to smile about.
Pretty much a mere formality for Kalin.
Back to the leader group, Anshul, Aman and Arjun Sharma both have made, all three of them have made pars on the tough number 15 as they make their way to the par 3 16th across the road.
That's Kalin having handshakes with his friend. Both seem to be relieved with their round, ending up on a...
See, that's the attitude. Once you walk off the golf course, it doesn't matter what you put on the card. I like that attitude. Kalin Joshi giving a hug to his buddy and is playing competitor, Sakit.
We have Arjun Singh.
Veteran Arjun Singh walking up to the par 5, number 8, which happens to be his back nine.
Alap seems to have a rolling issue. Looks like his ball is not staying put. The steep slope of the green side bunker. There we have it. Karthik with 2 clubs in his hand, and the wind seems to have picked up. If you look in the background.
Karthik Sharma just coming off a birdie on hole number 17 after 2 drop shots back to back on 15 and 16. He would be trying to close in with a birdie. And make up for those blemishes. On your screen, Yashas Chandra, who would also be looking to close in with a birdie after that bogey on hole number 17. Not having a whipping at 3 over for the day, 1 under for the tournament.
Not sure where that ball has ended.
We'll just have to wait and see.
There you have Karthik Sharma doing his regular routine of visualizing the shot by throwing in the direction where he wants to intend to start it.
Aryan with his second on the 13th. In sole 4th position at 3 under. Sorry, beg your pardon, 7 under, 3 under for the day. Brilliant shot. Has a chance to close in with another birdie.
Yes, that's a realistic.
And play Arjun Sharma at 8 under.
Par.
As the try of Yashas, Aryan and Karthik walk up 18th green, the leader group is teeing off the 16th, the tough par 3 with water on the left.
Anshul and Aman Raj securing their leads at 11 under par up here. Arjun had an unfortunate birdie on the 14th, which has pushed him 8 under par. and Rupanand would definitely be looking to catch up with that one shot deficit on Arjun Sharma with realistic birdie putt 18. And Thanga's scintillating 5 under par has put him in the mix in the top 5.
Yeah, we've had a pair of 6 today by Sampath and the other by Thangaraja. Thanga frogging to after that fantastic 31 over the back nine. Raj has made a small little move on after on 15th has birdied the tough par 3 16th, getting him to 1 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament. Tied 5th alongside Karthik Sharma. Karthik Sharma with his 3rd on hole number. Would definitely be looking to play in red numbers.
A tight chip coming up for him. He's gone the absolute aerial way. Has done a decent job with that. Not a shot for the faint-hearted at all, which he took.
You know, when the greens are good and true, one can be aggressive. Like just saw that pitch by Karthik Sharma. He was aggressive with it. That's the only way he could have hit it close. Had he rolled it, that slope would not have. That slope would have made sure that he didn't come in close. So, if the greens are good and they're true, you can be really aggressive.
Yes, and he did a very good job with the execution department of it. As I said, not faint-hearted. Requires a lot of imagination and execution at the same time. Here we have Yashas for his birdie attempt, slides it by 2-3 feet. Yashas is not having some of the best days. 3 over par for the day. I'm sure he'll be in a very attacking mode tomorrow and will definitely look to bounce back. Story of the day seems to be Anshul Patel catching up with the leaders at 4 under par. Impressive showing. Very live wire customer of the golf course. Lesser known for him is that he likes to engage in singing a lot.
Anshul Patel?
Yeah,
Really?
I've witnessed it firsthand, and so much so that pretty much wanted to have a song off with Samati. These young lads are not shy in showcasing their.
Full of talent, huh? PGTI. Back in the day, we've had Gurbaz Maan and Gurbaz and Sujan Singh on the drums. I've heard one of their creations is absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, Gurpaz is nothing short of an entertainer. Be it his way of playing or be it his way of sing everybody.
He can really imitate literally anyone and everyone.
That's a brilliant, but super save by Karthik. Both the player and his support staff, caddy being
Making sure he stays in red numbers. Karthik Sharma
heaved after that up and down.
holding out from 12 to 15 feet out to save that on number 18 to stay in tied fifth position at 5 under par. Aryan looking with a birdie. Back in the leader group, Arjun Sharma seems to have dropped a stroke on the par 3 16th and for the day, which puts him at tied third, along with Aryan Rupa Anand at 7 under par. Anshul Patel also dropping a stroke on the par 3 16th, giving a little room to breathe to Aman Raj, who maintains his lead now at 11 under par 3 on 16.
One shot adrift between Anshul and the man he's trying to chase. Sure looks like a two-horse race for the final round. I think Anshul Patel is in a very good position at the moment. It's Aman Raj's lead to maintain and Anshul's to catch up with. Here we have one of the international players from Desh, Badal, on the 8th.
Which happens to be his back is 17th.
He seems to drain it with absolutely unlike the break or the length of the putt.
Alongside is Adil Bedi, young man from Chandigarh, who marathon played the Udayan Mane in Calcutta 2 years ago for his breakthrough victory.
Yeah, I guess they played out about 7 holes to break through. That's pretty much half a round extra.
Just a couple of groups left out on the course.
Definitely one of the more picturesque golf courses. This one, I've seen players put up a bunch of posts about how beautiful this track is. As you have a look at the leaderboard, Aman Raj is being reflected at 10 under par and at 11. So that's a change we all were not expecting. The local boy is up running in front of the derby. Arjun Sharma and Aryan Rupanand are sitting tied third at 7 under par each by the scintillating round, followed by N. Thangaraja, 5 under par for the day, 5th position. There you have Ankur Chadda on the pole, wrapping up his round from the middle of the way. Perfect position, get in and access this hole.
Here's a wrap up of the top 10 for you. Samad Dwivedi at the fantastic round of 67 today moves into 9th position at -3. Pukrat, after that unfortunate double bogey on number 17, drops back into tied 9th position with 1 over for the day and 3 under for the tournament. Ankur Chadda, 1 over for the day and 3 under for the tournament at 9th. Satak Talwar closing with birdie on hole 18, his only birdie of the day, 1 over for 18 and a total of -3 in tied 9th position. Tied at 7th is Om Prakash Chauhan and Abhinav Lohan with identical scores. Karthik Sharma and Thangaraja both at -5 in tied 5th position. Arjun Sharma, after that drop stroke on number 16, is at -1 for the day, -7 for the tournament, and tied 3rd position along with Aryan Rupanand, who finished with 3 pars over the last 3 holes. -3 for the day, a very well earned 69, and a -7 for the tournament. Anshul Patel, dropping that stroke of number, moves into -3 for the day and for the tournament, and holding on to his very thin lead of 1 shot over the field is Anuch at -11.
Here we have Pukrat Singhil on the 18th, sizing up his second shot.
That seems to be the go-to place on this hole.
I think the wind has become a factor and people are over clubbing on this hole because they've just marginally missed it, the slope. And if you look closely, one ball which is just short of the green looks to be Ranjit's ball.
That's the best place to be looking at the others.
Of course it is.
penultimate group walking on to the 18th. In your frames is Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh. Did not have a very good day. Finds himself at tied for the 20th spot thanks to that birdie on number 17. Over for the day, 1 over for the tournament.
The 18th is proving to be a very pivotal hole for most of the players, as this flag position can be so rewarding and so penalizing at the same time if you're not in the right section. She'll test of putting for Ankur and Pokrat Singh Gill coming off at plateaus. Ranjit Singh on your screens, attempting his third shot. Simple, just has to start it on line, press the green and the speed will fit, which he seems to have done. Wow, that's a very good touch.
You know what comes to my mind at this moment is looking at his second, he must be thinking, why am I short of the hole? And he suddenly saw the others who are over the left and are now starting to get their fours. So when I look at no shoes on my feet, I look at somebody who's got no foot. Discussing with his caddy, Uncle Chada, the caddy says the ball's going to start off and then it's going to feed off to the left. Before turning to the right, and he'll be lucky if he gets this within 5-6 feet. That'll be ideal, I think.
From this position, anything inside 10 feet will be very good at. Contouring, gathering up a lot of steam. A little further than he would have liked.
Ankur has had a very mixed day. He's got enough number of reds on his card. 6 birdies against 5 bogeys and a double. 300 total, 1 tied 9th. He needs to hold that to stay on tied 9th. Pokrat Singh Gill. Tied 9th alongside Ankur Chadda.
That needs to stop very quickly. Yes, it did. They both have at least 15 feet coming back in to save their up, if not more. Goes out how difficult this track is. That's so close, and yet so far for Pukraj. Closing blemish on his round. Won't be very pleased with that.
So Pukhraj closes it in with a double and then a bogey on the 18th. Unfortunate. Puts him at 2 over for the day and 2 under for the tournament.
Well, from the looks of it, the lowest winning total of Kalahari's is 17 under par, achieved by Kalin Joshi 2015. Looks very secure, won't be challenged unless Aman Raj and Anshul Patel have something to say about it.
I remember starting his last day, Cullen holed out his second shot on the very first hole of the day, and then went on to win the tournament.
Yes, a very big feat to achieve.
Ankur Chadha walking off the 18th. Identical score, Pukhraj Singh Gill, putting them on to tied for 11th position at the moment.
For people joining it late, this is the third edition of the Gujarat Golf Open Championship and is the second full field event of 2023 Tata Steel. Not only does Kalin Joshi hold the lowest winning total over here, he also holds the course record tied with Om Prakash Chauhan, a whopping 905. This track is sort of unheard of, little hands, or a day while playing golf on the Xbox. Tremendous playing by both of them to achieve that feat of 900.
Two more groups remaining out of the course at the moment, one on the back line and one on the front. Anshul Patel, Aman Raj and Arjun Sharma will be closing in on the 18th. With Adil Bedi and Badal Hussain finishing up on the 9th. It's pretty much the death move, going missing that green far and left. I'm talking about the other. You can miss the green short and right. Just stay dry, and you can walk away with the 4 for sure. Left, anywhere left of the hole.
The leader group strolling up on the professional golf week.
Arjun Sharma seems to have missed that fairway just a little bit on the left.
Bit of a spot to bother.
I wonder if his swing is clear of that tree behind him. Looks like it is. Yeah, I think he is clear of it.
Just saved by the narrow of margins. I'm sure he's looking forward to capitalize on it and sign off on a It seems to be a spot of bother. Let's hope it's dry.
I couldn't say where that ball is finished, but I just hope for his sake it is dry. The backswing was getting hampered just a little bit for...
It just needs a little bit of discomfort for the player to feel and not shot. Here's Aman Raj with his second shot, 18th. Absolutely green in the middle of the fairway. Seems to have started the target and moving it back
Seems to
towards
put a
it.
nice swing on it. Brilliant golf shot.
Getting better by the moment.
Man of the moment, the one who's done all the... Anshul Patel, coming off after a birdie on number 17. Going through his routine. Seems to have pulled off a brilliant golf shot.
Yes. In Om Prakash, Thangaraja territory. He knows the break and the borrows. Very impressive how he's gone about his round, especially after the flat on the first hole. Seems to have made his way back to the top. That small blemish on the par 3. Very difficult par 3.
There you see the confident Mr. Fear the Hat. His playing partner seemed to be discussing something about the green.
All these young guys,
Yeah, the
fitness
ball.
is a very important part, be it Arjun or Aman Raj or Anshul coming in back. The lesson about Aman Raj is he's got it.
Tiger just changed the face of the game, hasn't he? Sending literally everyone to the gyms, which never used to happen back in the day.
Tiger has done things which are just dreams. There seems to be in wet territory.
Mistake to make at this point. Dropping the ball just outside the penalty area. So it seems to have rolled in, pitched outside and rolled into the water. He has two options. He could go back to where he hit his earlier shot from, or close as possible to the line that it crossed into the penalty area from.
That's spot on the ruling. And see, Anshul trying to help out his fellow competitor with getting the correct ruling. A friendly gesture.
At the end of the day, it's a gentleman's sport.
Yes, and Anshul's done a great job of seeing that.
You have a small lily at the back, an unaffected spectator, unfluttered by the ups and downs of emotions 18th has seen so far.
I think the tackling is more about hostile territory. It's swinging in. Imagine catching a duckling with your golf ball.
Brilliantly played. I think a great job. He's used the sack, roll the ball back for an uphill putt, closing with a 5.
It's a very smart, intelligent shot using contours to your advantage.
Patel would be looking to this moving day with a birdie on the 18th and his second on the trot.
But to keep the momentum for the coming up.
No mistake.
Seems to have rolled it with ease. That should give a world of boost in the right direction. a superb 5 under par round on moving day is extremely impressive.
He knew it. He walked in right behind it. Take a bow, Anshul Patel. A fantastic round of golf.
I'm sure he's going to pull up the crowds tomorrow with his very, very pleasing performance for round 3. We'll have the locals getting the come and cheering. Nothing like home.
Now suddenly, the front runner, Anuch, finds himself in play to tie the lead.
Found the brilliant answer.
Makes no mistake.
Aman Raj also has tied the scores with Anshul at 12 under par. We have 2-man horse race going on for the final round. Here we have Arjun Sharma cleaning up his round.
Does well to save that 5 after hit on the 18th.
He has a brilliant up and down to save his bogey. Nonetheless, we'll see him firing on all cylinders tomorrow.
Customary tug from and the shake hands from the last pairing on the course. We rest assured we're looking into a fantastic round of 18 holes coming up tomorrow at the closure of the tournament.
So as the day, we have a 2-man tie for first position at 12 under. Anshul Patel, local lad, and the man from Aman Raj, followed up by Arun Anand at 7 under par, and Arjun Sharma after drop shot will be at 6 under par. So it's a 2-man horse race right now, unless Aryan and Arjun have something sparkling coming up tomorrow.
That's correct. I think we have some good coming up tomorrow, especially between the two of them. But I really would not put any of those people in the top 5 aside. Thangaraja and Arjun. Anything's possible. On this golf course, absolutely anything is possible. So it's not over till it is over. From the studios, Say and Aditya signing off. We'll be here tomorrow again.
Bright and early for an exciting final round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, bright and early tomorrow final round.